बोलते हैं। क्या न्यूज़ है आज का?
हरे हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम राम हरे हरे।
बंद कर गया ना, ये बहुत ये बाहर बैठ के बजा रहे कोई लगता है।
हरे राम हरे राम कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे
दुकान
हरे राम ओम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
स्पीड कम करना।
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. On beat. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nitai Jaya Gaura Nitai Gaura Nitai Sisi Gaura Nitai Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadama Guru Charana Pandamui Savadana Mate Pandamui Savadana Mate Jahara Prasade Bhai E Bhavatoriya Jai Jahara Prasade Bhai E Bhavatoriya Jai Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hoy Ti Krishna Prapti Hai Jaha Hai Ti Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Jide Gauriya Agya Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Jitete Gauriya Agya Anagariya Mani Asha Anagariya Mani Asha Sri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttamagati Sri Guru Charane Rati samagati. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Chakudan diloje Jamadan me Prabhu se. Chakudan diloje Jamadan me Prabhu se. Divyagan de prakashita. Oh, Divyagan de prakashita. Prema bhakti jahoite, obidya vinasajate. Prema bhakti jahoite, obidya vinasajate. Vedega jana charita. Oh, Vedega jana charita. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Uttama Janara Bandhu. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Uttama Janara Bandhu. Lokanath Lokera Jivana. Oh, Lokanath Lokera Jivana. Ha ha, Prabhu Koradaya Demare Paraja. Ha ha, Prabhu Koradaya Demare Paraja. Ebe jas Gusutri Bhuvana. Oh, Ebe jas Gusutri Bhuvana. Ha ha, bravo, Koradaya, Dehamore Paraja. Ha ha, Prabhu, Koradaya, Dehamore Paraja. Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Oh, Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki, Vyas Puja Mahamahotsav ki. Namah Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyabhari Paschachari Sitarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Nitai. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Gaura Hari. Yasomati Nandana Prajopara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana. Yasomati Nandana Prajopara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana. Gopi Paranarana Marana Manohara Gopi Paranarana Marana Manohara Kaliya Damana Vidana Kaliya Damana Vidana Amala Harina Amaya Vilasa Amala Harina Amaya Vilasa Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Vara Bamsi Vadana Subasa Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Vara Bamsi Vadana Subasa Brajana Palana Suragulana Sana Pradana Palana Surakula Nashana Nanda Godana Rakoyala Nanda Godana Rakoyala Govinda Madhava Navanita Dasa Govinda Madhava Navanita Dasa Sundarananda Gopala Sundarananda Gopala Jamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Rasa Rasika Kripa Maya Jamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Rasa Rasika Kripa Maya Srila Prabhupada Vrindavan Toba Srila Prabhupada Vrindavan Toba Bhakti Vinoda Shraya Bhakti Vinoda Shraya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. He's chanting. After this. Mao Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Om Tat Sat. So now we'll be having the Sri Vyasa Puja program for His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. The program now will be towards Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa San. Hari Om Tat Sat.
বার করুণা কর বৈষ্ণব গোসাই রুণা কর এইবার করুণা কর বৈষ্ণব গোসাই এইবার পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ নাই পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ নাই পতিত পাবন তোমা যাহার নিকটে গেলে পাব দূরে যায় যাহার নিকটে গেলে পাব দূরে যাহার নিকটে গেলে পাপ দূরে যায় যাহার নিকটে গেলে এমন দয়াল প্রভু কে বা কোথা পায় এমন এমন দয়াল প্রভু কে বা কোথা পায় এমন দয়াল প্রভু কে বা কোথা গঙ্গার রস হইলে পরচাতে পাবন গঙ্গার পরশ গঙ্গার রস হইলে পরচাতে পাবন গঙ্গার রস হইলে পরচাতে পাবন দর্শনে পবিত্র কর এই তোমার গুণ দর্শনে পবিত্র কর প্রভু দর্শনে পবিত্র কর এই তোমার গুণ দর্শনে পবিত্র কর এই তোমার অহরি স্থানে অপরাধে তারে হরির নাম হরি স্থানে অপরাধে তারে হরির হরি স্থানে অপরাধে তারে হরির নাম হরি স্থানে অপরাধে তোমা স্থানে অপরাধে নাহি কোয়া রান তোমা স্থানে অপরাধে প্রভু তোমা স্থানে অপরাধে নাহি কোয়া রান তোমা স্থানে অপরাধে নাহি কোয়া তোমারি দয়ে সদা গোবিন্দ বিশ্রাম তোমারি দয়ে সদা গোবিন্দ বিশ্রাম তোমার হৃদয়ে সদা গোবিন্দ বিশ্রাম তোমার হৃদয়ে সদা গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ কহে নমর বৈষ্ণব পরাণ গোবিন্দ কহে নমর বৈষ্ণব গোবিন্দ কহে নমর বৈষ্ণব পরাণ গোবিন্দ কহে নমর বৈষ্ণব প্রতি জন্মে করি আশা চরণের ধূলি প্রতি জন্মে করি আশা চরণের প্রতি জন্মে করি আশা চরণের ধূলি প্রতি জন্মে করি আশা চরণের নরতমে কর দয়া আপনার বলি নরতমে কর দয়া আপনার নরতমে কর দয়া আপনার বলি নরতমে কর দয়া আপনার এইবার করুণা কর বৈষ্ণব গোসাই এইবার করুণা কর বৈষ্ণব গোসাই পতিত পাবন তোমা বিন কেহ নাই পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ। দয়াল বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর, বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর, বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর, দয়াল বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর। দয়াল বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর প্রভুপাদ, বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর শিলা প্রভুপাদ। শিলা প্রভুপাদ, 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 প্রভুপাদ। বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর শিলা প্রভুপাদ কি।
Vidhurang Mamatam. Vidhurang. Just like you have seen some big trees standing for so many, many years, the root is firmly captured. You have seen, experience. The business is to stand up for 10,000 years. But the root is capturing the earth like anything strong. This is called Vidhurang, attraction. Suppose when you have got sense, improved consciousness, human being, if one asks you to stand up here for 1 hour, it will be so troublesome. And even if you are forced to stand up for 1 hour, you'll feel so much uncomfortable. But this tree, because it has not developed consciousness, it is standing up for 10,000s of years and in open atmosphere, tolerating all kinds of excessive heat, rain, snowfall, but still it is capturing. This is the difference between developed consciousness and undeveloped consciousness. The tree has also consciousness. Modern science, they have proved they have got consciousness. Very much covered, almost dead, but it is not dead. There is consciousness. So, the more you develop your consciousness, the more you become freedom lover. Just like in the human society, there is fight for freedom. But the animal society, they do not know what is freedom. Ours also is so-called freedom, but still we have got some consciousness that we fight for freedom. And they fight for eating, that's all. So here, Parikshit Maharaj, this emancipation, Krishna consciousness means emancipation from these material attachments. So he became so much advanced because from his childhood, from his birth, from the womb of his mother, he was Krishna conscious. As soon as he understood that Krishna is my goal, immediately Vidhurang Mamatang Jaho. Immediately give up. Jaho means give up. What kind of things he is giving up? The empire. Formerly, the emperor in Hastinapur, they were ruling over the earth, the whole world. Parikshit Maharaj, at least 5,000 years ago, when Parikshit Maharaj was the king, he was emperor of the whole world. So he is giving up that. Not that a teeny village or something. No? And that empire also, without any disturbance, he was so powerful that nobody could go against him. Rajye cha abhikale. Abhikale. Bikal means broken or disturbed. But his kingdom was never broken or disturbed. Now the whole world is broken and disturbed at the present moment. They have got so many countries, independent countries. That means the world is broken into pieces. Formerly there was no such piecework. One world, one king, one God, Krishna, one scripture, Vedas, one civilization, Varnasanta. Not very far away. They are giving history of that studying the earth layer. But while they were studying earth layer for millions of years, and millions of years, there was perfect civilization. Perfect civilization, God conscious, happy civilization. Now they are broken, disturbed. It was not the case formerly. So this Viruram Mamata. Mamata means it is mine. That is called Mamata. Mama means mine. The consciousness of mine and I. This is called Mamata. I am this body. And in relationship with this body, everything is mine. My wife, my children, my home, my bank balance, my society, my community, my nation, my country, mine. This is called mamata. So how this mamata or the consciousness of mind grows? There is a machine manipulated by Maya, illusory energy. The beginning, what is that? Attraction. A man is attracted by woman and the woman is attracted by man. This is the basic principle. Here in this material world, there is no attraction for God, but there is attraction. That attraction is, on the whole, sex attraction. That's all. The whole world, not only human society, animal society, bird society, bee society, any society, any living being, the attraction is sex. Pungsang striyami thuni bhavami tat. The attraction here, the center of attraction is sex. So, boys and girls or any in younger age, there is that sex impulse increased and want mating. Female wants male, male wants female. This is the attraction. This is the basic principle of binding the conditioned soul in this miserable life of repeated birth and death. This attraction.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Srila Prabhupada's 127th Vyasa Puja Ki. So as tradition, we generally read the meaning of Vyasa Puja. And we have some of the seniors here. If, I don't know, Srila Prabhu is coordinating the names, and it's a time for appreciating Prabhupada, bringing us the message of Godhead, Guru Parampara from Vyasadeva, Vyasa Puja. So the Lord incarnated as Vyasadeva to compile all the Vedic literatures specifically for our understanding in this Kali Yuga, because we're very short in memory and our spiritual advancement's very slow. So by hearing the Katha, Krishna Katha, to the pure devotees, Prabhupada's carrying the message of all the great acharyas and pure devotees, and blessing the whole world with this message. So we'll start with Vyasa Puja. I'll read the meaning of Vyasa Puja. just going to read a little bit of the introduction. This Vyasa Puja is the 53rd edition offered to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. The first book was published in 1969 with homages from 17 ISKCON temples, and the 2022 version contained homages from 155 temples and ISKCON leaders. This year, we're happy to announce that 288 have submitted, but even that number does not reflect the full number of ISKCON centers worldwide. No doubt, the Krishna consciousness movement has rapidly expanded to all corners of the globe in line with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's desire and prediction. This is all due to the grace and endeavors of Srila Prabhupada and his dedication to the orders of his spiritual master, Srila Bhakti-Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. It has been 46 years since Srila Prabhupada enacted his disappearance pastimes, but perhaps his greatest achievement is still unfolding before our eyes, that his disciples, grand disciples, and great-grand disciples have wholeheartedly imbibed his missionary spirit and dedication to spread the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to every town and village. There's more. It'd be good you get a chance to read the introduction written by the team of the new Vyasa Puja compilers. The meaning of Vyasa Puja by Dravida Das. Understanding the meaning of Vyasa Puja begins with understanding the full import of the well-known verse Srila Prabhupada chose to begin his introduction to Bhagavad-Gita as it is. Together, Om Ajnana Timarandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitang Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. That torch of knowledge, which Srila Prabhupada acknowledged his spiritual master, Srila Bhakti-Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, had enlightened him with, and which Srila Prabhupada in turn enlightened his disciples with, is the same transcendental knowledge Narada Muni imparted to his disciple, Srila Vyasadeva, who in turn bestowed it upon his disciples and embodied it in the voluminous Vedic library he wrote, culminating with Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada would often describe the bona fide spiritual master as a transparent medium through which the transcendental knowledge could flow down from Lord Krishna himself through the parampara, unimpeded and undistorted, to the submissive disciples eager to hear. For Vyasa Puja, in the formal offering of glorification, worship, and expressions of heartfelt gratitude to Srila Prabhupada on his appearance day, because he is the genuine representative of Vyasadeva. Srila Prabhupada embodies not only the essence of Vedic knowledge Vyasadeva taught, but also his mood of compassion, exemplified by his writing down the Vedas, which had previously been taught and received orally, to make the knowledge accessible to the benighted people of Kali Yuga, whose minds would be too disturbed for them to simply hear and remember the words of wisdom. At the urging of his beloved Guru, Srila Bhakti-Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Prabhupada courageously undertook the Herculean task of traveling alone and virtually penniless to the West at an advanced age, founding the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, managing the latter while circling the world 14 times and writing commentated English translations of the essential Bhakti Shastras, the Bhagavad-Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and a form of summary study, the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. and setting up the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust to publish his books, translate them into all the languages of the world, and provide them to his growing legions of disciples so they could study them and distribute them by the millions. Just as attending Mangal Arati and singing the Sri Guru Vastika should awaken a deep sense of gratitude in the hearts of all devotees present, whether Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples or his grand or great-grand disciples, every member of ISKCON who participates in the festivities of Sri Vyasa Puja should feel that their real treasure is Srila Prabhupada's boundless mercy, which impelled him to wholeheartedly embrace the spirit of Paradukadukki and bestow upon all of us the many ways we can nourish our Krishna consciousness in ISKCON. In this vein, I've written the following poem, the Srila Prabhupada Kripa Shakata. Trapped within samsara's all-devouring blazing fire, we had no hope of rescue till your Guru's strong desire. Inspired and empowered you to boldly cross the sea and teach the truth of bhakti, so some souls would be set free. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. Patiently you taught us how to chant the holy name and how to dance, how to sing, and what was life's true aim. Thus you gave us Lord Chaitanya's teachings unalloyed and saved us from the all-devouring Mayavadi void. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. When Krishna Bhakti spread, and you had centers here and there, you introduced the worship of the deities so fair. And soon, throughout the world, their lordship smiled upon your crew and nourished strong devotion to themselves and unto you. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing feet I bow. Lotus feet I bow. Prasadam was your special weapon. No one could resist. Once the Sunday feast had started, no one could desist. Halava, sweet rice, crisp pakoras, sabjis, puris, rice. With these and other preps, you did our tongues and hearts entice. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. The books you showered down upon the masses and on us taught Scripture's sacred essence, bhakti, pure and nectorious. And while you wrote, relished Sri Sri Radha Krishna's name and form and pastimes, qualities and everlasting fame. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. While managing your ISKCON with the whole world as your stage, meeting, preaching, traveling like a person half your age, you saved their lordship Sri Sri Radha Krishna in your heart, arranging for their pastimes in Vrindavan's secret part. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. The Guru is good as God, you said, and some were shocked, but you had simply quoted Scripture you did not concoct. And sure enough, for those who worship you as they would God, the path of bhakti opens wide and joyfully is trod. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. If you bestow your mercy, then Sri Krishna gives his too. But if your mercy is lacking, then there's nothing we can do. So every day we should reflect upon your life sublime and vow to serve you always with our body, words, and mind. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. I pray that my small hymn, though lacking literary worth, presented to remind us of your pastimes on this earth, may find some favor both with you and with your devotees who hover around your lovely lotus feet like maddened bees. O Prabhupada, I pray that you bestow your mercy now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. Then next you'll like to read the Universal Teacher. This is not going to be read now, it's lengthy. It's Prabhupada's presentation to the members of the Sri Gaudiya Math in Bombay, Abhay Charan Das. Very beautiful presentation. But we'll start the offerings now. Shruta, is Dinabandhu here or you want to start? Yeah, you can start. So Shruta Kirti Prabhu can start, and if Dinabandhu is around, he can speak after that, the Mother Daivi Shakti.
Hare Krishna. I wanted to read one thing. I saw Srila Prabhupada wrote, thought to glorify the spiritual master, to glorify Srila Prabhupada. I see this book, I think it's the biggest one, and it's been going on for over 50 years. But no one can describe the pure devotee better than the pure devotee himself. Here, this is from a purport, Srimad Bhagavatam, 1st Canto, 16th chapter. And Prabhupada says, what I always find so amazing is how when he speaks, he doesn't make you think he's speaking about himself. You know, this is the humility of the pure devotee. But this is Prabhupada. This is everything he says is about him. And who can make descriptions like this? A pure devotee, he says, of the Lord does not live on any planet of the material sky, nor does he feel any contact with material elements. His so-called material body does not exist, being surcharged with the spiritual content of the Lord's identical interest. And thus he is permanently freed from all contaminations of the sum total of the Mahatattva. He is always in the spiritual sky, which he attains by being transcendental to the sevenfold material covering by the effect of his devotional service. The conditioned souls are within the coverings, whereas the liberated soul is far beyond the cover. To understand what Prabhupada says is not such an easy thing. Over so many years, people, I've actually kind of become a Brijbasi after 4 years here. My glasses are broken. And I was always in having nice glasses, but now nothing matters anymore, just here in Vrindavan.
The monkeys steal them anyway.
The monkeys steal them anyway, yes. Yeah. I was with Srila Prabhupada a long time. Everything he describes here, I don't understand it. I can say, Prabhupada being in the spiritual sky, touching that body. I say, I know so many over the years, so many would ask me about Prabhupada. Didn't Prabhupada have diabetes? Didn't Prabhupada have this? Whenever I hear these statements, I basically just want to hit the person. This is what Prabhupada is. No diabetes, no this, no that. He came here from the spiritual world. Not just he came here, he never left the spiritual world. This is the description here. Always in the spiritual world. Last few days I've been a bit sick. I didn't even come yesterday for the festivities. And today was also questionable. And my wife and I are sitting and she's saying, well, you need your strength, this and that. But then she said the magic words, what would Prabhupada do? And then I just laughed. I said, I have to go to the temple. This is what I saw over and over and over again with Srila Prabhupada. No question, service is there. he did his service. And he's always given us that same inspiration, that same purpose. Always do your service, whatever that service is. We have to be practical. But I knew practically I had to be here this morning. There's no question. Everything we've attained, whatever little bit we've gotten, has only been by his mercy. I was here when he pushed himself to come out and speak, September of 1974. And he was so ill. He said it was from his disciples. He said his illness, he would always say that, those times. He says, because of my disciples' sinful activities, my disciple not following, sometimes we get some reaction like that. Said it right under the banyan tree, just there. But he was still there every day, every evening he would come. I would carry him in, my hand under his arms. And I told you when that governor, whatever was sort of UP at that time, came, was supposed to be the opening, but there was no opening, lack of cement, lack of this, lack of that. And Prabhupada, because he was here, he was going to go out and speak. And that day, Prabhupada didn't move out of bed for over 2 weeks. But that wasn't going to stop him. He got ready. He had me shave him that day. It was the only time I ever shaved Prabhupada's face with those little razor, simple old Gillette razor blades back then, that we all had. And then I went to clean up. So he shaved, he washed up, and he put tilak on. And then I went and did something, I came back, and he said, he just looked at me. He said, so we're ready to go. I said, yes, Prabhupada. And he looked at me, he said, do I have tilak on? He had put it on 5 minutes before. But this was a situation. But to think that it was any material situation shows we haven't understood anything. We come here, we write volumes of literature of how he's from the spiritual world. But then that has symptoms. And that's why I wanted to read this little purport from Srila Prabhupada. It describes those symptoms. Always 100% on the transcendental platform. Even practically speaking, when they say Prabhupada had diabetes, I said, I don't know, but I know he ate a sweet at every meal. He had milk products at every meal. He certainly didn't conduct himself like he had any material difficulty. 2.5 years, I never saw him take one pill for a headache, this, that, nothing. Always just completely dependent on the mercy of Krishna. So I'm very, very grateful to Srila Prabhupada that I can even be here this day, any day, in this temple which he built up from nothing in the middle of nowhere, knowing exactly what would become in the future. It wasn't that he was hoping. Prabhupada knew. So I'll stop here. Anyway, I'm very thankful again to all of you that I can be here, Srila Prabhupada's home. It's the most perfect place in this whole material world. There's no better place we can be. So we're all very fortunate. And on this day, we get to express more than ever our good fortune and take part in the activities here today. Srila Prabhupada's Vyas Puja. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
I told them, they're not like good managers, but just to be here, present, and Prabhupada's program is 95% of the management. I think that's Mother Devi Shakti to come, and yeah, you can come. I don't see Dina Bandhu, so it's not a matter of high or low. I'm just trying to pick some, because Shruta was supposed to do this, but he's not feeling well.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutle Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavari Paschatya Deshatarine. So my offering will take about 7 minutes. First is a glorification to Srila Prabhupada, and next is an annual report of service that has been accomplished. A tribute to Srila Prabhupada's glorious activities. When the Supreme Lord chooses his friend to descend from the spiritual realm, he does so out of his causeless grace upon the forgetful human race. Srila Prabhupada's glorious birth upon this fortunate planet Earth answered the prayers of the Acharyas to spread Krishna Prem beyond barriers. Raised carefully by his dear father, protected and loved by his mother, he found his eternal Guru soon, who would award him life's greatest boon. Order of the Guru is supreme, molding his life to fulfill that dream. The banner of Chaitanya unfurled, Harinam throughout the entire world. Mission impossible for the weak-hearted, but Prabhupada never stopped once started. First with Back to Godhead magazine, humble attempt the world to redeem. League of Devotees in Jhansi, a start, and first disciple, Acharya Prabhakar. Then making strong connections in Bombay that would later help him on his way. Always aiming to preach in the West, America would be the very best. For beginning his plan in New York, he wrote several books to start his work. Alone and destitute in Vrindavan, preparing Srimad Bhagavatam, typing in Delhi to print his books, he struggled and did whatever it took. Free ticket upon a cargo ship, 2 heart attacks compound his hardship. Praying to Krishna to bring his word to people who before had never heard. How would they understand Bhagavad-Gita? Mleches, Yavanas, all meat-eaters. Make me dance as you will. The world awaits Krishna's name to fill. Which way to turn, no friends or money. Krishna sent help in ways so funny. Young boys and girls flocked to his classes. Krishna's name would soon reach the masses. Pushing on the order of Guru, ISKCON the tool by which he could do the propagation of Krishna's name. Hare Krishna mantra gained world fame. Books were the basis, purity the force, preaching the essence and utility, of course. Armies of devotees stand and fight against Kali Yuga's fearful might. At least 14 times around the world, brainwashing, demons, weapons hurled. Victory in court, Krishna exists, supported now by scholars and saints. Prabhupada's time to leave was nearing, devotees in distress unbearing. Organization and intelligence, cooperation with diligence. These were the secrets Prabhupada taught. Love for him has success wrought. From 108 temples and 80 books, 600 plus temples now in every nook. Books beyond count, devotees inspired, Prabhupada's teachings, goal desired. Krishna Bhakti is now world known. Prabhupada's grace, ISKCON has grown. A house in which the world can live, Prabhupada built, to us did he give. A life sublime with Krishna's service, Prabhupada's mercy for all of us. We bow our heads at his lotus feet and pray one day again we meet. Our eternal Guru Prabhupada, Krishna's beloved, servitor God. So Srila Prabhupada, each one of us at the time of initiation, we receive instructions from the Guru. They might be general instructions, follow the 4 regulative principles, chant 16 rounds. There might be more specific instructions. So Srila Prabhupada, he gave me very specific instructions what he wanted me to do in this lifetime. And I wanted to give a yearly report to Prabhupada because a lot has happened this year to fulfill his desires. He told me to see that his books were distributed in Mayapur and Vrindavan. So now the TOVP management has agreed to let us put a big display, a full display of all of Prabhupada's books, the Bhagavad-Gitas that have now been printed in all the different languages. They're going to give a whole area for us to show Prabhupada's books in all the languages. And then here in Vrindavan now we're number 3 in the world. And Prabhupada told me to put his books in all the schools and libraries in India, which was a very big job. It might not be finished in this lifetime. So the BBT Library Party, which was begun in 1974, we used to carry the books on our heads. Now we have so many helpers, and we were able to distribute this year alone 170 Srimad Bhagavatam sets to colleges and universities. And we have a new classic library set of 35 books in whatever language the different library wants. And we give these books, now we have team members. In Kerala we have a group, in Nasik, in MP, in Ujjain, in Coimbatore. Here in Vrindavan always we have our devotees distributing books. And these books, because we found it a little difficult to travel and try to convince the schools to take the books, so now we get donations. For instance, Surabi Swami, who built this temple and many other temples, in his will, he gave to ISKCON Vrindavan a certain amount of inheritance. And we're using that money now to place these books for free in all the colleges and libraries around India. And then we have other donors, for instance, Mr. Karmuddin Ali. He's a devotee who obviously was not born in a Hindu family. He gives every year thousands of dollars for this project because Prabhupada's books changed his life so much. We have the Kurana family. I'm just mentioning a few. We have Gunarnava and Vishalini, Gunarnava Surabi's assistant. They also are donating. So we want to encourage all the devotees to help with this BBT Library Party, because this was very much Prabhupada's life's work. To put his books, he wanted a book in every home of the world. And at least we can put in all the schools so that the students and the teachers can be benefited by these books. So we would like to invite everyone to help with the BBT Library Party, and then we'll have an even bigger offering next year on Vyasa Puja. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Continental book distribution key. Books are the basis, preaching is the essence, purity is the force, utility is the principle. And Mother Daivi Shakti utilized her purity to distribute more books. Very nice. We're fortunate actually that we get to hear from, although this is the beginning of Srila Prabhupada's 10,000 year spreading Chaitanya's message all over the world, but to have soldiers and devotees who at the very beginning with Prabhupada is a great treasure. So I ask Dinabandhu Prabhu, you feel better now? You ready? Dinabandhu Prabhu? Then Mother Mahadevi can come. Yes.
Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschachari Satarani Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So besides talking about Krishna, our favorite thing is talking about Srila Prabhupada. And we're always drowned in the ocean of bliss listening to Shruti Kirti reveal all these wonderful pastimes that he was able to relish in Prabhupada's association. Right now I'm working very hard on, we're just 99% finished on a book about Govardhan. And in the research we found some amazing things. Or many amazing things, but one very amazing thing. Because right now we're in the chapter about Uddhava in the Bhagavatam. And somebody, I can't remember who, mentioned in class that next to Kusum Sarovar there's Uddhav Mandir. Interesting thing about this, one interesting thing that we discovered is anybody who's been to Kusum Sarovar, you know right next door is a little temple maintained by ISKCON called Radhabana Bihari. And it's a very wonderful devotees are there, Nityananda Mahajan and Pulindi, so many years serving there. And you may have seen a little old lady there, her name is Radha. Her father used to be the pujari at Uddhava Mandir. And she revealed that when she was a little girl, she used to see this nice Bengali gentleman who would stay down at Gwalior Mandir. Maybe you've noticed on the way just before you get to Kusum Sarovar, you're coming from Radhakund, there's this white, very stately building there, that's Gwalior Mandir. So Prabhupada would stay there sometime with some other Bengali gentleman, and then he would come and meet her father at Uddhav Mandir, because somehow they had a very sweet relationship. And they would discuss Krishna Katha. So we found out this very nice thing about that we didn't know before he took sannyas. Prabhupada was coming regularly to stay at Gwalior Mandir, and he was visiting this Uddhava Mandir. So somebody mentioned in class the other day that Arjuna had brought all the queens of Dwarka to Mathura, and one day they went to take bath in the Kalindi. And they saw that she was flowing very happily and very sweetly. And they said, Are, you were also the wife of Lord Krishna, we're also the wives of Lord Krishna. We're all suffering in separation, and why are you so happy? He said, and then she told them, if you go to Govardhan, she specifically mentions Govardhan, and that place where the Sakhis play. There's so many wonderful pastimes at Kusum Sarovar. And you chant Harinam, Uddhava is staying there in the form of grass and creepers. So there used to be a godbrother named Jamuna Jivan who lived there, so he found all about the history of this mandir or Uddhava's presence there in Skandapuran. So we were studying Skandapuran about that Bhagavad Mahatmya, and it describes how they went there. Parikshit Maharaj took all the queens to Kusum Sarovar. They did Nam Sankirtan, and Uddhava appeared. And he began to glorify Srimad Bhagavatam. Anyway, he said, it's a long pastime, but anyway, he said, now I'm going to speak for 30 days about Srimad Bhagavatam. And you will realize in the end that you're not ever separated from Krishna, you're the eternal Parshad, eternal associates. He said, but Parikshit, I have some service for you, because now Kali has come, he will disturb any good thing that goes on in Kali Yuga. So you go fight with Kali while I deal with these, speak Srimad Bhagavatam to all these queens and all the people present here. And he said, yes, of course I'll go, but what about me? How will I get the benefit of Srimad Bhagavatam? He said, what I will do for you, for these queens in 30 days, the great soul Sukadev Goswami will come and speak to you in 7 days. And he will speak Srimad Bhagavatam, and men, they have no clue that the real goal of life, they're thinking Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, but beyond that is pure love of Godhead. So he will reveal that to you in the Srimad Bhagavatam, and because of that revelation, then all the men have hardly any clue. But now people of Bharat will understand the glory of Srimad Bhagavatam because of your hearing it, because we know that many sages came to hear. And Sutta Goswami later spoke to so many thousands of sages in Naimisharanya. He said, and then the verse says, and then, not only in Bharat, but then the message of Srimad Bhagavatam will go all over the world. We studied the Sanskrit. It says that now, from that, then, the message of Bhagavatam will go all over the world. So we now know that person who spread this message of Srimad Bhagavatam all over the world, this is mentioned there. Yeah? Just like we heard this wonderful verse this morning. Of course, we didn't hear it, we read it. But at Mangalarti, the wonderful verse from Lochan Dasa's Chaitanya Mangala, he said, some people will leave and go to sinful countries, but Mahaprabhu will send his Senapati Bhakta to bring them all here. So all these wonderful, we discovered this wonderful thing that it says that Bhagavatam will go all over the world. And we're just hearing how, at least all over Bharat, our Devi Shakti is spreading Bhagavatam everywhere in all the colleges and everything. So this was most amazing research that it describes like that. So it was our very merciful, our unlimitedly compassionate and so kind Srila Prabhupada who spread this Bhagavatam. Now, I don't know how many languages Bhagavatam is in. It's all over the world by the mercy of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki! So, well, I was going to tell one wonderful pastime that I was remembering the other day. Is that one time I was in LA Temple, and I always used to be right near the Vyasa-san. This is when the temple room was where the Fate Museum is now. The temple room was there. Somehow one morning I was on this side of the Vyasa-san, and Prabhupada got down after class, and he did his dandavats, and I was paying my obeisances, and I looked up, and I saw those 2 lotus feet right in front of my head. So I just moved my head up and touched Prabhupada's feet. Prabhupada looked at me and see who was there. I wasn't going to miss that opportunity to touch those divine lotus feet. So from studying all of the wonderful leelas of Braj and reciting all these wonderful leelas, I've understood how totally unqualified we are. And I have no hope of ever entering that spiritual world. Still, we're just praying that somehow or other, wherever Srila Prabhupada wants us to go, we will go there and continue serving his mission. That's our only prayer. We have no hope of going to the spiritual sky. If Srila Prabhupada will just give us his mercy, if he has got some other program in some other universe somewhere, let us go there and continue to assist him, because we have no hope to ever get to the spiritual world. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vyas Puja Maha Mahotsav ki jai.
Are you done? Thank you, Dinabandhu Prabhu. Ask Mother Mahadevi to come and give her presentation. Then Smara Hari Prabhu, then Mother Narayani, then Krishnamurti, then others. So Krishna Balaram Mandir is actually the favorite temple of everyone in the whole world. And we're getting actually more broadcasting high definition broadcasting, I heard the numbers, the amount of people who are tuning in to see the festivities, the beauty of the deities and the kirtans and all the different functions here. So all the efforts that all the devotees are performing, little yagyas, big yagyas, with all the money. How much did we give in prasad yesterday? 50,000? 30? Anyway, every day is 25,000. I think yesterday 50,000 bowls of prasad was distributed. So the Prabhupada wanted prasad distribution, book distribution, all those things. And I know back when the 24-hour kirtan was going, Ayendra Prabhu had a desire to spread the chanting all over the world. Now, at a touch of the finger, you can see the kirtan and experience the Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan mission spreading from Krishna Balaram Mandir. 45,000. 45,207. That's yes, it's very wonderful opportunity to be here in Vrindavan, glorify Prabhupada.
Namo Vishnuvedaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaudavani Pacharane Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Paskachari Shatarane Vanchakalpadubhischa Kripasindubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnave Vaishnave Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So we were all relishing this morning how Srila Prabhupada was singing Vibhavarishesha. Nobody sings like Srila Prabhupada or plays the harmonium like he does. I wanted to make a humble request that possibly we hear the Vibhavarishesha on Vyasa Puja and on the disappearance day, and maybe on the Ekadasi, the 2 Ekadasi, since we also hear class from Prabhupada. Such a wonderful meditation when Prabhupada sings. So Srila Prabhupada, in the 70s, we were living in a van for almost 6 years. And every day we had the mercy of distributing your books. But before Vyasa Puja, we would always take one day and we'd find some parking lot. And we'd take one of your books. We had all the books in these little cupboards under the van. And we would spend all day reading your book, the particular book that we had chosen, and composing a Vyasa Puja offering that would contain something that you had given us in your books. So yesterday, when we were reading Krishna book in your house for Janmashtami, in the 2nd chapter, in the prayers of the demigods to Krishna in the womb, they describe, and you, Prabhupada, have so expertly translated Srila Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu into nectar devotion. And it truly is a book filled with nectar. So you describe, Srila Prabhupada, that Krishna is truth always. Before creation, Krishna was existing. And when there is creation, everything is resting in Krishna. And when creation is finished, Krishna will remain always as the absolute truth. If there is any truth within this material world, it emanates from the supreme truth, Krishna. If there is any opulence within this material world, that opulence comes from Krishna. If there is any strength within this material world, the cause of such strength is coming from you. If there is any wisdom and education in this material world, the cause of such education is coming from you, Krishna. Krishna is always the source of all truth. Srila Prabhupada, there you were praying to your guru, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and praying to Srila Rupa Goswami and Sri Vrindavan Dham. You please guide me how to establish this Krishna consciousness mission in the West. Nirvisesha Sunyavadi, how will I conquer impersonalism and voidism? Then you came, you sat under a tree, and you chanted Hare Krishna in New York. So far away from your beloved Vrindavan, no money, no friends, no family, but deep faith in the holy names of Krishna and the order of your guru. You told us to always have firm faith in chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Consequently, ISKCON was born from your pure, selfless heart, from Lord Chaitanya Nitai's Nam Sankirtan. Through you, Hare Krishna exploded around the world in every town and village, all because of you and your divine grace. No one had ever done before. No one will ever be able to do what you have done, as you have already done everything. Your remaining disciples, we will continue to distribute your books and try to practice what you have given us in your books. And all your grand disciples, your grand disciples, and generations of disciples for 10,000 years will continue to push on your mission, Srila Prabhupada. In those 12 years that you were with us, with your sacred Vapu, we all sang and danced and served together. Your mission was our life and soul, and still today, your mission is our life and soul. Attachment to your lotus feet is the perfection which fulfills all desires. Sooner than later, you are leaving us from your home right here at Krishna Balaram Mandir to return to your eternal home, to be with Krishna Balaram again in Goloka Vrindavan, where you came from. Prabhupada, you fervently prayed as you were leaving us. Your love for me will be shown by how much you cooperate to keep this institution together after I am gone. We beg to stay focused on this humble request, trying to help maintain what you have so kindly established, what you have so kindly given to all of us. We want to share your wisdom and your kindness. There is so much to do to nurture and maintain your numerous personal accomplishments. Whenever we get lost, you have told us in so many places in your books, especially in Bhagavad-Gita, Krishna's personal words, chapter 6, verse 30, for one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor is he ever lost to me. You clearly told me during a very difficult time in the 1970s, I am always with you. Do not be fearful. So this is for everyone. Whenever we connect with Srila Prabhupada, through hearing from him, from reading his books, from serving his devotees, Krishna is always with us, and Prabhupada is always with us. The more we make contact with Prabhupada, the more we make contact with Krishna through devotional service, then his presence is there with us always. Daily, we put our fallen heads at your lotus feet, and we recite together. And if everyone can recite with me, and that will conclude my offering. The lotus feet of our spiritual master is the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. We bow down to your lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By your grace, one can cross over the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from your lotus mouth. Attachment to your lotus feet is the perfection which fulfills all desires. You open our darkened eyes and fill our hearts with transcendental knowledge. You are our Lord, birth after birth. From you, ecstatic prema emanates. By you, ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of your character. Our Srila Prabhupada is an ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and Master of the devotees. O Srila Prabhupada, please give us the shelter of your lotus feet. I beg to remain your eternal Mahadevi Dasi, Srila Prabhupada. And I have some Mahaprasad.
World. Thank you, Mahadevi Ki Jai. That's actually every temple, every center would recite this beautiful prayer to Prabhupada. It's our Guru Puja prayer. We sing it every day. But just by hearing it and understanding the message of the Guru Puja is very wonderful. So, Smara Hari Prabhu. I thought we're fasting. Okay, I guess no fasting. I'll hold that for me. So we have Smara Hari Prabhu can give his offering, then Mother Narayani, then Krishnamurti Prabhu, then Londley. If anybody has to go or anxious, let me know, because I don't really, you have to go? So.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Vistaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharne Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paskacha Desatarne. In the very beginning of Srila Prabhupada's preaching in the Western world, in early days of New York, one of the very first participants was Mukunda Maharaj. He helped locate the Matchless Gifts property, Prabhupada's first place, and he had spent a lot of time with Srila Prabhupada. He's written a very nice biography of those times. He would observe Srila Prabhupada, how Prabhupada would summarize things. He didn't judge people according to their age, according to their gender, according to their race or their education, but simply, Mukunda Maharaj noted that Srila Prabhupada would say that some people were unfortunate, and this lack of fortune was on account of them not being able to be receptive to the message of Lord Chaitanya as transmitted by Srila Prabhupada. So Prabhupada would just observe that most individuals, they just had some misfortune in that they could not understand the message which Prabhupada was putting in a very simple way. You chant Hare Krishna, you worship the Supreme Lord, you take the remnants of prasadam, and you spread this message to others. It's a very simple process, but somehow or other, some individuals, just Mukunda Maharaj was noting that there would be a whole array of circumstances, and one could see things from an economic point of view, or from a racial point of view, or from education, or who were immigrants, who were legal, who were citizens. There's so many different ways in which people are classified in New York. But Srila Prabhupada would simply see that some people were unfortunate. All of us here today are most fortunate. We are most fortunate for somehow or other we have overcome our misfortunes. Somehow or other we have set aside or minimized our misfortunes so that we are receptive to the message of Lord Chaitanya as distributed by Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. Somehow or other, we are applying ourselves to the process of bhakti-yoga, of pure bhakti, which Srila Prabhupada categorizes as Krishna consciousness. And somehow or other, we can perfect our lives if we stay with this process. In the very beginning, ISKCON had no presence in India. As Deva Shakti mentioned, Prabhupada founded the League of Devotees in Jhansi. Then he was living here for some time in India, in Vrindavan. And then he went to the United States. Then he came back with the intention of establishing ISKCON in India. But at that point there was nothing. And some few devotees came with him, and some few devotees joined in his efforts, and slowly, slowly, this Krishna Balaram Mandir was manifest. It took many years, it took much effort, and Prabhupada took the help from many, many of his followers. I would say that the people who join ISKCON today are much more fortunate than those early participants. For sure, the early participants had association with Prabhupada, and there's different stories. Many of them are very amusing. Srila Prabhupada was a very, very funny man who saw humor in things and would expose the humor. But I would venture that the people today are much more fortunate because from this lens of time, from the passage of time, it becomes very, very evident how amazing and how special and how wonderful Srila Prabhupada was. Whereas I would say, I would opinion, that not every follower who had association with Srila Prabhupada in the very early days, not everyone recognized the fullness of his greatness. And I think this is evident that not every devotee stayed with service to Srila Prabhupada's mission. Often they didn't stay with the process itself. Whereas nowadays, it's very, very evident how amazing Srila Prabhupada was. A good friend, a god brother. He's spending time in Rajasthan, and he's spending time preaching with the members of the Ramanuj Sampradaya. And he says of the circles that he's invited to speak and of the kirtans and so on in which they participate, he says that they are overwhelming in awe and gratitude for Srila Prabhupada. And they say that we are sadhus, and to some small extent, we can follow Dharma. But Srila Prabhupada, he has created Dharma. He has created Dharma in which so many people are participating. Devashakti Mataji, she just said that there's over 600 temples now. So throughout the world there's temples. Throughout the world this Dharma, this pure bhakti of Krishna consciousness has been established. And for a person who comes today to see the wonderful temple, to see the wonderful devotees, to see the wonderful books in so many different languages, to see the thousands of plates of prasadam, ISKCON is very much established today. And there can be absolutely no doubt about the greatness, about the potency, and about the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, which permeates throughout ISKCON. So I would say that someone who joins now, they are much more fortunate even than the original people who participated alongside Srila Prabhupada, because there can be absolutely no doubt about the potency and the viability of Krishna consciousness, that it is capable of taking us back home, back to Godhead, by participating in any of the 9 different forms of pure bhakti. So, all of us now who have lasted the course, and all of you here in the mandir, on the internet, in ISKCON centers around the world, you are in a wonderful position to go back home, back to Godhead after this very life, after this body in which your eternal jiva is housed, after it no longer can support your eternal life in this body because the body has just worn out. So all of us must very seriously apply ourselves to the process of pure Krishna consciousness and go back home, back to Godhead under the auspices and mercy of Srila Prabhupada. We have no reason not to. Everything is in place. We have a wonderful process. There's wonderful association. Everything is in place for us to complete our journey after this life. And for this, we have to thank Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Then what I mentioned, Krishnamurti Prabhu, then Mother Anada. So this is an important point. I feel that Smarhari touched upon that Prabhupada wanted devotees to be together, to perform the Mangalarti, to come for Guru Puja class. We may like ISKCON or not like ISKCON, but ISKCON are these things, the hearing and chanting and the opportunity to participate in the society's functions, which Prabhupada ordered us to do.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishnapastaya. You're an innocent child, so please protect me. Srila Prabhupada, you endured all opposition patiently with full dedication to your spiritual master's instructions. Please give me the patience to tolerate all opposition to my service. Thank you for your reciprocation that you are pleased with my service. Thank you for sending devotees from all over the world and all over India as well, who give me encouragement to go on with my service. You compassionately accepted everyone equally, no matter what caste, creed, or gender, in your service. Please give me the compassion to help those who are not so fortunate to remember Krishna. Please let me always think of Krishna, feel for Krishna, and desire to serve yourself in Krishna. Your lotus feet are my most precious treasure. Your words are my heart's delight. Your instructions are my standard of perfection. Your association is my life and soul. Please give me your guidance as I traverse the path back to you and Krishna in the spiritual world. I have no hope to progress without your mercy. Your mercy is all that I'm made of. Please keep me in association of devotees and empower me to help those who desire to follow you and serve Krishna. Please let me help them get your association, to connect with you, and also to go to you at the end of their lives, to live an eternal, blissful life with Radha and Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mother Narayani. I forgot, where are we? Oh, yeah. We have Krishnamurti Prabhu, then Mother Nagapatni, and then Prasanatma.
Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vistaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharni Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschakya Deshatarni. Jai Srila Prabhupada. I have a few points, but I won't be very long. When I was a lonely, depressed teenager, I was praying for real knowledge. I was praying. And then I met Vishnu Gada in Manhattan with Back to Godhead. That started the ball rolling. So all it took from there was Easy Journey to Other Planets, Gita, etc. But so Krishna fulfills our desires. I wanted to say Dinabandhu inspired me with his story about Prabhupada, put his head on his feet, so I'll tell my little story. I was in New Vrindavan and Srila Prabhupada was coming out of the temple room. I don't remember who his servant was at that time. I don't think it was Shuddhakirti. Anyway, it was just me there. I was outside of the little hallway. So I took my opportunity and I hit the floor and grabbed Prabhupada's ankles. And I was just holding on for dear life. It seemed like years, but it was probably about 5 or 10 seconds. And he just looked down very patiently, very lovingly, waited till I had enough. And then I remember when he left New Vrindavan, I ran over to the car. Nobody was there. He was leaving. So I ran over there. Jai Prabhupada. He went, Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada would always reciprocate with anyone, like a nobody like me. He would always reciprocate. And he was, I also saw him in the Coconut Grove Temple. He was giving a lecture under the mango trees, the original Coconut Grove Temple. And he was speaking, and one devotee who was a prasadam addict, he said, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. He said, yes. He said, is it true that if we take prasadam, we're guaranteed to get a human birth? And Srila Prabhupada said, yes, so go on taking prasadam. And everybody laughed. And I just had a few incidents where I was there on the scene, because I always made it my business to run over there, get up close and with Prabhupada. But I wanted to say also, maybe about a year ago, Panchagoda inspired me. He was giving a class and he was saying, there's no retirement in Krishna consciousness. We all have to preach. And I thought about it, and I'd always been attracted to book distribution. So in this last year, I think I may have distributed 5,000 or 6,000 small books. I buy them from the BBT. I give them to the Harinam devotees who distribute books. So, and that's the only way that I can be happy, because we all have to keep busy in Krishna consciousness. You know, we're not here on vacation for, you know, retirement to relax and feel comfortable. We're here to preach, and I owe it to Srila Prabhupada. And I hope I can double it next year. And the next year, double it again. If Krishna provides the funds, I'll spend it. I mean, like Srila Bhaktisiddhanta said to Srila Prabhupada, he said, if you ever get money, print books. So I don't have to worry about the book printing. That's already been taken care of. I can just buy them and see that they get distributed. I have a small reading. It was from an anonymous devotee, Mother Maya Priya Long, Maya Priya on Facebook. She posted it, and she said it's one of her favorites. It wasn't from this year, but I'll just read it real quick and I'll be done. Prabhupada, you walked nightly from Vrindavan to Mathura to distribute literature at the tea stands, and the moon waited up for you dutifully. You composed poetry in Vrindavan, laughing that no one would read it, because all that remained of your family was a list of names, and the monkeys outside your window could not help but grin. You wrote letters pleading for help and sent them all over India. And when the only response you received was negative, offered no arguments or excuses. Tirelessly standing through every lecture, you translated hour upon hour, day after day, alone in your room, as the sun looked in over your shoulder, glowing with enlightenment like a bright reader. You sang the sweetest bhajans in the universe, and only the green parakeets were there to accompany you. You danced along the Jamuna bank in ecstatic trance, for only the trees to see, and they swayed in the rhythm with upraised limbs. You honored simple prasad, and in so doing glorified their lordships, Sri Sri Radha Damodar, and the crows competed for your remnants. You took your morning walks accompanied by a breeze as brisk as your gait, fanning your every step on the way. You were pained with compassion for the fallen souls, and the whole sky thundered and wept. You prayed for the chance to go preach in the West, and the stars pointed the way. Prabhupada, you walked off the Jaladuta and embraced austerity, your greatest wealth. Who was there to greet you? As other so-called yogis were content to embrace their wives, at a glance you renounced the very opulence that they tortured themselves life after life just to achieve. You left the bowers of Vrindavan for the Bowery of New York and were grateful for the opportunity. You breathed life into flapping dead bodies and then thanked them for their help. You gave away your food to strangers and were overjoyed when they ate it all. You stood in line behind hippies, waiting to take your shower, and you praised them for becoming Brahminical. You initiated new bhaktas and took all of their sins in exchange for their taking a feast you prepared yourself for the occasion, and you were happy to wash all the pots after everyone left. You gave classes that opened our eyes with the torch of knowledge and concluded by saying thank you very much. You sat with us and chanted your rounds, asking us to sit properly in exchange for love of God, and even when we didn't sit properly, you delivered us anyway. You worked without sleep to solve our problems for us so that we could get the sleep we required. You spent your retirement years out of retirement, building Mayapur and Vrindavan for others to retire in. You relentlessly defied time to produce transcendental books for our purification, insisting in your purports that you needed to write them for your own purification. You were so ill that you couldn't lift your head off the pillow, but you requested kirtan as your only medicine and were blissful going to be with Krishna. Prabhupada, our only consolation is that we are eternally your servants, because any other length of time would be unbearably brief. We are dying to live for you. Please accept us, Prabhupada, forever glorifying your lotus feet, and let us work for you until we work ourselves to death. And then let us get up and work for you again, birth after birth. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Krishnamurti, he absorbed that mood of cooking prasad. He was our head cook in Miami. He would always be very, very happy and blissful and make great feasts. So he likes the prasadam pastimes.
Om Ekanathyamirandasya Jananjana Salakaya Jaksun Militanina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Your divine grace, before I met you, my life was meaningless, like a blind person driving or a deaf person singing. It was all a disgrace. The first time I heard your words, the sun began to rise in my dark heart. Life had meaning and purpose. From you I didn't want to ever part. The gift of prasadam you gave sparked a taste of another reality, a place where birth and death were not to be, a place where we can meet eternity. Engaging me, a fool and rascal, in the highest goal of serving the divine couple, this is completely incomprehensible. You give so much and ask so little. The few meager things I offer seem so worthless and brittle. My heart is full of inadequacies and offense. Please continue to guide me how to live under your divine grace. Better than gratitude is service to your cause. Let me release your gems of wisdom in a world full of pain. Your great pleasure will be the gain. Service to you is my everything, the meaning, the feeling, the reasons of my existence. Give me the strength until my last breath to follow faithfully in your footsteps. For going to the west, may your glories be sung wherever songs are composed and music is rung. I bow continuously at your lotus feet. No other, even the Lord himself, could do this feat. Anyone in your path, knowingly or unknowingly, has a chance to give up material existence, to give up the emptiness of impersonal conception and revive their true consciousness of love and dedication. I fall to your feet over and over. I'll rise and fall again and again. There's nothing like them anywhere. Through the north, south, east, west, they are simply always and only the best. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Actually, to give up living in the West and come and stay in Vrindavan is, so it's a great opportunity for everyone to live here and to live here and serve Prabhupada's mission here. Prabhupada said everyone will retire, all the people should retire and come move to Vrindavan. So it's a message for everybody. Time to retire and move to Vrindavan.
Navam Vishnuvadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami iti namine Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pracharani Nirvashesha Sunnavadi Pastate Sadaruni Ye Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dhinabandhu Jagatpate Gopeshu Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastude Tapthagang Garange Shri Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Shuti Devi Pranamani Hari Priye Bhanjagalva Turhuvasya Riva Sindhu Vayevacha Patitanam Pavabhyo Vaishnabhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivashari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So today is a very auspicious day, the appearance day of our beloved spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He was born September the 1st, 1896 in Kolkata and named as Abhaya Charan. His father was Gaur Mogan and mother was Radharani. So he come from wonderful Vaishnava family. From very young age, he was raised to become a great devotee. So when he was young, his father asked some astrologer, which is normal thing to do in India, to look at the horoscope of a child and to find out and predict what the children is going to turn out. Most of the parents are always worried what the children is going to turn out to be in the future. So that astrologer predicted at the time that he would be a great Vaishnava and spread Sanatana Dharma all over the world. And the parents were very pleased to hear that. So in 1931, he met Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati and got initiated at 1933 in Allahabad. He had a small pharmacy called Prayag Pharmacy. I happened to live there for a month or so in his friend's house, Dr. Ghosh, with Akshananda Swami and Mahaksha Prabhu, preaching Krishna conscious for Vrindavan temple to make life members. Anyway, so Prabhupada's life was turned around after he met his spiritual master, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. Prabhupada was that time, just like any other young Indian man, was freedom fighter. That time, India was occupied by British Empire. So Prabhupada argued that it is very important to fight and liberate the country. So Bhaktisiddhanta preached to him and convinced him that he is simply wasting his time. He must surrender to Krishna because he is still in a bodily platform identifying himself that he is Indian. We are not Indian, we are not American, we are not white, brown, pure spirit soul. So this knowledge was given to Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta gave clear instruction that he must preach Krishna consciousness to Western English speaking world, and anytime he has one penny he must utilize to print books. I remember when I was managing BBT in Bombay, Srila Prabhupada always asking, what is our bank balance? When we say our balance is such and such, he became very upset. He said, no, you cannot keep that much money in the bank. You must print books. If you keep too much money in the bank, then there is a possibility of doing some mischief. So he always emphasized that we use all our money for printing books. And this is his life and soul. And until his last breath, Prabhupada preached that it is important that we must print books and distribute. This is his lifetime goal. So there are so many acharyas came to our planet. There were many alvars from thousands of years ago. There was so many acharyas like Ramanuja, Madhvacharya, Shankaracharya, 6 Goswamis, Bhakti-Vinod Thakur. They all gave us the same mantra that we are not this body, we must surrender to Krishna, and then we can go back to home, back to Godhead. So Prabhupada also gave the same mantra that how we can save ourselves and save others. Sri Andal said the same thing, one of the Alvar. Ningada selvam nerendero enbavai. It means that please give me a wealth which doesn't dry out. All the wealth which we may possess, like money, beauty, great ability to sing, great ability to speak, great ability to build, so on and so forth. But Andal and so many other great devotees expressing themselves that they simply want bhakti. Chakudana tilaje janume janume prabhu se. So that's what we pray every day when we assemble to worship our spiritual master. Please give me birth after birth so I can serve you. In Mukuntamala, also Kulasekara Alvar praying the same thing, that actually I wanted to go to Vaikuntha, Goloka Vrindavan, but I don't mind to take birth 14 times. I don't mind. Turlabham manusam janma. He said, I don't mind to take manava janma, but please, please give me remembrance of you. Gajendra, Ajamil, there is so many great personalities in Srimad Bhagavatam that they all attained liberation through the mercy of the spiritual master. Yes, sadhana is very important. Chanting, taking Krishna Prasadam, association of devotees, all these things very important. But unless we have a mercy of one spiritual master, we are not going anywhere. So this is a very good day to thank Srila Prabhupada every day, all rest of our life, and be grateful that Prabhupada construction still going on. I was left outside the gate. Some devotee said, Haribol, and he just left me in the dark, and I just slept the bundle of cement bag in the courtyard. And since then, my Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, protected me. He gave me everything and more. So it's a very good day for all of us, not only perform our duty, remember, always remember that only because of Srila Prabhupada, we are some kind of civilized. Otherwise, it says, Thuvipada Pashu, two-legged animal. So we're trying to stop this animalistic propensity and take the blessing and mercy of our spiritual master and follow simple rule of chant, take Krishna Prasad and dance. Hare Krishna.
Then Mahotsaha. Actually, Parvati and Prasanatma Prabhu were taking care of the samadhi, and they contributed so that we can actually put those dioramas together in Prabhupada's museum, showing how Krishna and Radharani, through the heart of Brahma, to Narada Muni, Vyasa Dev, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada coming to America, spread the mission of Krishna consciousness. So Prasanatma Prabhu and family have contributed for that museum. And we're building another museum just adjacent to that, so all of you have an opportunity to contribute to that too. Thank you, Prabhu.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Excuse me. It's very wonderful to know that we have such empowered association all over the world. And Prabhupada would say, not just all over the world, but all over the universe, this movement is spreading. And it's spreading because there is a certain spark within everyone, and that's our spirit soul. And if the spirit soul is honest, then it's able to receive its due inheritance, which is pure love of God, pure service to Krishna, and through Srimati Radharani and her entourage. So this miracle is what is sustaining all the universes, and that's the miracle of prema bhakti. All of the devotees were glorifying Srila Prabhupada for his showering of prema bhakti. We can see this year has been such a special year. So much rain, because all of the devotees here in Vrindavan have been performing so much of this process of prema bhakti, which is the only taste or the only sustaining force in our lives. When we don't feel prema bhakti, then we feel very miserable, and it's actually suicidal. We do things that bring misery to ourselves and to others. So Srila Prabhupada has given us this essence because he has it. He's been given that, just like all of us have been given that, but Prabhupada never gave it up. He's Nitya Siddha. He never gave up that essence. He never gave up that
attachment, that honesty to serve Krishna with all the energy that Krishna had given him. Krishna gives us energy, and if we misplace that energy, then we get drawn to where we place it. But if that energy stays with Krishna, then we get to stay with Krishna also. This is Srila Prabhupada's gift. We can't minimize Srila Prabhupada's position. In fact, Krishna himself glorifies the pure devotee. We sing Vedegai Jahara Charito. All of the acharyas, they're glorifying Srila Prabhupada. Krishna is glorifying Srila Prabhupada in the Vedas. Shrutakirti Prabhu was educating us this morning that who is Srila Prabhupada? Srila Prabhupada is an entity, a living entity, a pure devotee, an associate, a personal associate of the Lords that we worship every day. Every word of Srila Prabhupada is scripture. Every word is scripture. So this scripture is being distributed all over the world in different forms. And if we're lucky enough to get it in its pure form, then by Prabhupada's mercy, our ticket or our visa to eternity is deeply embedded in our soul. We don't have to worry about visas anymore, or position, or anything mundane, wealth or poverty, beauty or ugliness. All of the dualities are wiped away. So our debt to Prabhupada can only be even fractionally repaid if we can become very firmly out of the grips of false ego, thinking that we're anything to do with what we've identified with so long, our intelligence, our beauty, our compassion, our this, our that. The possibility is there, and Prabhupada is feeding that possibility. So we distribute his books, and we read his books. And in that way, there's no doubt or misconception that can destroy our moment-to-moment connection. So just a couple of stories, because it's always nice to hear. It's so nice to hear about Srila Prabhupada. When Prabhupada was in England for the last time at Bhakti-Vedanta Manor, I remember he was not walking. He was carried on a palanquin. And this prema bhakti that he was emanating, it cleared our heart of any kind of enmity. Because sometimes in a small space, different energies can arise within the consciousness. But when Prabhupada is in the center, then there's no scope for that. So for all of us, through eternity. We need to help each other if we're not already there. Many amongst us are there already, but for those of us who are not there, we need to help each other. It doesn't matter if it hurts sometimes, because when you tell the truth, it's not always palatable. But a real friend is a friend who tells the truth. And that's the kind of friendship we all need. And we get the truth from Prabhupada's books. So we must seriously read his books, Prabhupada said if we can understand one word of what he said, then we'll be liberated. So by seriously reading his books, we can understand that, oh, we are liberated, now let's go liberate other people. We are actually liberated, but because we're so conditioned, we're thinking, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm in pain, I'm restricted in this way or that way. But actually, Srila Prabhupada set us all free. So we need to help each other learn how to use that freedom, not misuse it. Because one little, we all know, we've all experienced one little deviation and a big slap. So Srila Prabhupada has set us on the path of perfection, and we're all grateful to each other for contributing to make the journey possible, because without each other, every devotee's service is very, very special, and it makes a huge difference. So, if I may be so impudent as to beg your blessings that I can give up personal hypocrisy and doubts and any kind of envy. If I could beg your mercy that somehow a miracle could occur within me, then I would be so grateful. I'd be so grateful, because Prabhupada would be pleased with me. So I'm begging. I do need mercy. Please be generous. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hari Hari Bol.
We have Mahotsaha Prabhu, maybe Bhavatarini. Then we're going to have Janardhan Maharaj will read also the Vrindavan Vyasa Puja offering after Mataji. If I'm missing anyone and you'd like to speak, just let me know. I'm going through the list. Everyone's getting a chance. Yeah. Just juggling.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Paricharane Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Paschatjati Siddharane. Jai Srila Prabhupada. It's such a blessing to be here amongst such illustrious disciples of Srila Prabhupada and their disciples. I can only reflect on Srila Prabhupada's pastimes in Australia to some degree. and the effects of his association on devotees, which was more than palpable. Actually, Australia, we sort of saw ourselves as freedom fighters. Back in the 70s, you mentioned freedom fighter. Well, that's who we were, because I have these memories of being dropped off in a dhoti with a case of Krishna books. You know those big silver Krishna books that weighed a ton? Well, here you are, boy. I wrote to Prabhupada originally, before I was a devotee, and he said, please go to a temple, associate with devotees, chant Hare Krishna, take prasadam, and make your life perfect. Twice I wrote, twice he wrote back, that big signature, your ever well-wisher, A.C. Bhaktivedanta. So I did. And the next minute, I'm shaved up in a dhoti with a big case of Krishna books standing outside Woolworths in Sydney, downtown, trying to sell these whopping great books, dropped off from a van, and the devotee screaming out, if you see the council, run! Right? The council were the local constabulary that would enforce who could be on the street. So we were always coming into conflict. So we were true freedom fighters, because we were fighting for the freedom of all those souls walking that street in complete daydream. In fact, I had a dream once, and I want to say this because I just accused the Australian public of daydream. So I just want to say what a blessing that could be, because I'd like to just reflect this dream on you, because Prabhupada was in it. I think it's fair that I repeat it to you. It's a very telling dream. It was at a time when things were very dark. Some leaders were falling, and this was happening and that was happening. But all that aside, because there is no past or present, it's right now. So in this dream, I was on a bus travelling, and it was grey and dark, and the city was full of smoke, and it was really depressing. And the bus was full of people standing up in grey suits. And then I noticed a little colour, and I recognised another devotee that I knew dressed inside that suit. He had a red, like, Nambali or something. And then I saw, wait a minute, there's Kormadas. He's a devotee from Melbourne who cooks. Wonderful, he's there. And then I started seeing that all these devotees were present on the bus. Then I realised there was music, and somebody was having a kirtan, and I looked down, I could see driving the bus is Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada was driving the bus and singing and chanting Hare Krishna. Now, we don't take that literally, that Srila Prabhupada has become a bus driver. He has become a bus driver of we, the passengers of the bus in this world. He has taken Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. And he has tastefully placed it all around the world with his freedom fighters. And slowly but surely we read Prabhupada's books, and we woke up to what it was that we were actually doing. We were a part of Prabhupada's mission. And how lucky were we? And when I say we, I mean all of us here, the whole planet. So fortunate that in just a few 12 years that passed like that, we were able, through Prabhupada's association, to see more than the ephemeral world. So, as we stand today, we all have our little part to play. There is no big, there is no small, there is only the quality of service that we provide, the amount of dedication that we have, which reflects in the way we prosecute our service. So if we are conscious of first-class results for Prabhupada's satisfaction, we will try very hard. I think that the most important thing is to be focused not only on chanting our good rounds, associating with the right association, but it's what we have in our hearts to prosecute that for others. Krishna consciousness is like a tsunami. It's traveling the world, still affecting people, more so than ever, picking up so many people on the way. So the question is, will we support that and carry on? The answer is definitely yes. We are the winners when we put Prabhupada first. And Srila Prabhupada is the representative of the Parampara, the representative of the Lord. And as such, we are so fortunate today to have his books and distributing his books and giving the mercy to others. So I'm not a very literate person, but I beg your blessings that I too may carry on for a long, long time, because I took such trouble to take birth. It's so difficult going through the birth canal again. So I might as well live long time and do more here now while we have the body and prosecute our Krishna consciousness for Prabhupada's satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahotsava Prabhu. Due to my bad hearing, I was calling Utsahan Prabhu, Utsahan. He was enthusiastic, so Utsahan. Mother Bhavatarini? Just Mother Bhavatarini, you want to come? You want to manage? And then we have His Holiness Janardhan Swami will read the offering. You can play us a song? Okay, all right, some entertainment coming too.
Om Agna Taranjasha Gyana Gyana Shalakaya Chakshurim Militam Jena Tajmaye Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swamin Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nevasesha Sunyavari Pastacha Desha Tarane. So first of all, I offer my unlimited humble obeisances at the lotus feet of my eternal beloved spiritual master, A.C. Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, and pray his causeless mercy, and to the whole Guru Parampara, Guru Varga, all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis here today, and all the living entities hearing us. I offer my obeisances and beg for causeless mercy. I'm going to sing a song I wrote for Srila Prabhupada. And first I'm going to tune the guitar, because I don't think we'd like to hear a song with... Right. So, this actually, I wrote this in 1986 for the 100th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada, but shortly after that, it wasn't 100, the song was called 100 Years, and it wasn't 100 years anymore, and it got a little awkward. 127 years. So I've changed it to 1896, the year he was born. And Now with modern technology, which I'm not very good at using, this is simple, hopefully. Oh no, it's fine, it's working. So, my first personal instruction in writing from Srila Prabhupada was, I had just read, we were allowed to read books by Bhaktisiddhanta and Bhakti-Vinod in the San Francisco temple in '73. So I had just read that Bhaktisiddhanta said, the only question you should ever ask your spiritual master is, how can I serve you best? So I had just gotten second initiation by a tape player, not in Prabhupada's presence, and Jayananda Thakur was going to see Srila Prabhupada, and he said, do you have any dakshin for Prabhupada? And I said, no, and he saw a picture I'd drawn of Krishna, but he was in the clouds with his flute, and the word Om was underneath it. And everyone told me that was an impersonal picture, so I never would have thought of giving it to Prabhupada. But then, of course, Jayananda, whatever he said was perfect. He said, oh, this is really nice. And I thought, oh, okay, this is really nice. You can give that to Prabhupada. And then he said, would you like me to ask anything of Srila Prabhupada from you? And I remembered the disciples should only ask, how may I serve you best? So I said, please ask Prabhupada, how may I serve him best? So he got a response in a letter, and of course it said wonderful things like, yes, it is good that you are feeling great enthusiasm and Krishna consciousness by distributing books. My Guru Maharaj said, he who has life, he can preach. And then thank other things also. Then he said, thank Bhavacharini for her drawing of Gopal Krishna. So I went, oh, okay, it's not impersonal, it's Gopal Krishna. And as far as she can serve me best, the best service is to chant Hare Krishna always and spread it to every town and village. So there are many methods of doing that. One is I could learn how to play the mridanga and start walking, but I've done book distribution, and also I've written a lot of songs, and Srila Prabhupada approved. So today I'm going to hopefully sing this song for you. 1896, 1896. 1896, 1896, on that holy year in Calcutta, you appeared. 1896, 1896, on that blessed day, you first appeared. You came to set the whole world free by order of the pure devotee. You came to set the whole world free by Lord Chaitanya's causeless mercy, and it's coming down in line from your spiritual master. You came to set the whole world free by Nityananda's causeless mercy, and your message of service to God is the answer. You are a transcendental gardener, planting seeds in barren ground, watered by your instructions, bloom into the holy sound, being sung in every village and every town. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You came to set the whole world free by order of the pure devotee. You came to set the whole world free, and it's coming down in a line from your spiritual master. You came to set the whole world free by order of the pure devotee. You came to set the whole world free, and your message of service to God wards off disaster. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 1896, 1896. About Vrindavan. I was wishing people told me their name when they were speaking, because if I didn't know you, I couldn't remember what you said their name was. So my name is Bhava Tarini, and I met the devotees. Actually, I met Brahmananda in 1969. I was depressed in San Francisco, walking from the Golden Gate Park in the hippie days with 2 children, and Brahmananda ran uphill, showed me a BTG and said, "We humbly request that you chant these holy names of God and your life will be sublime. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare." And then he handed me the BTG, and I only had 3 cents. You had to get 25 cents back then to distribute a BTG. So he took it back and gave me a card, invited me to the Sunday feast. And of course, I followed his advice. I chanted Hare Krishna, and my life is sublime. But about Vrindavan in '74, after I'd been a devotee for a while, and I didn't have any money, of course, and suddenly I got an inheritance for a lot of money. So I thought, well, I'm a devotee. What do I do with money? So I wrote Srila Prabhupada, and he said, "Oh, this is very nice. You've heard from your God brothers and God sisters about Mayapur and Vrindavan. These are the best places to go and chant Hare Krishna and prepare for going back to home, back to Godhead. So by giving this donation, you will help so many of your God brothers and God sisters to go back to home, back to Godhead. And these places are for you too. You can have a room in Vrindavan and chant Hare Krishna. And all I desire is that my disciples chant at least 16 rounds a day, follow the rules and regulations, and associate with devotees. And you can read books like Krishna book. So, so he put half of what the money was, so you can donate this amount. And I thought, well, did he get the numbers transposed? So, or did he want me to keep half? So I wrote him back. And in the first letter, I said I didn't know where I should live or what I should do. And so in the letter that he wrote, he said, "So now you've come to a higher understanding of Krishna consciousness when you say that the best place for me to live is," in the second letter I wrote him, "the best place for me to live is where I can serve you best." And I didn't put the dots together. He just told me the best place to live was Vrindavan. And then he told me now I had a higher understanding. So, and he told me to give the entire amount. He said, "Here's a deposit slip for the Mayapur Vrindavan Trust Fund, and here's in the Liberty Bank in Honolulu, Hawaii. So you fill in the exact amount and deposit it." And then I did that, and then nobody went with me to the bank. It was like a non-event, I just had a baby on my back and a backpack, and there was a gas shortage, so one day instead of going to the temple, I went to the bank, and I put the money in the bank, and then he had told me to write him back, and I didn't know what to say. I was like, he told me to live in Vrindavan, but I didn't have any money. I just gave him all my money. So he called up the temple and said, "What happened?" So then when I saw him, the first thing he said to me is, "Why aren't you in Vrindavan?" And then I went, "Oh, okay, that's what he meant when he said, you've come to high." First he said, Vrindavan's the best place to live, and then he said, you came to higher understanding. So I eventually got here. But I still didn't ever ask him for money, so I had to figure out how to get here. And one of the questions I asked him was, "Oh, what if I need extra money? What do I do?" And he goes, "You distribute my books. There will be a profit. You keep that." So I was able, after, that was 74, I got here in 77. So the Holy Dham is just nothing compares. Srila Prabhupada said it was his home. And I'm not a very good preacher, and I'm not very intellectual. I don't know a lot of verses, but I feel that serving Srila Prabhupada and the devotees and the Thakurjis and the Holy Dham is my life and soul. So please give me your blessings that I'm able to fulfill Srila Prabhupada's orders. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mother Baba Tarini.
Another thing, I didn't know it at the time because it was 1974, but later on I found out that the money was used to build this temple.
Beautiful song also, 1896. So Janardhan Maharaj will read for us and speak. Then we'll have Narahari Prabhu, and then we'll have Nartaki Mataji.
Hare Krishna. This is a rendering from the servants, on behalf of the servants of ISKCON Vrindavan. I believe this was written by our Shrutakirti Prabhu. Yes? Is that right, Madhur Devi Shakti? You're the one who always asks. I did one time. Panchagora Prabhu did one time. Okay. Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Our dearest Srila Prabhupada, on this most blessed day of your appearance, along with devotees throughout the world, we, the residents of your Sri Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir, offer our most humble prostrated obeisances in the holy dust of your divine lotus feet. One time, you were circumambulating Sri Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir, and your dear disciple, Vishal Prabhu, was excitedly exclaiming over and over, Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai, Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai. You stopped walking and planted your cane on the ground and asked, so, you like this place? Oh, Prabhupada, it's wonderful. Then, with a flick of your wrist, you replied, then take it, it's yours. This is your amazing power that simply with a flick of your wrist, you can bestow Vrindavan to anyone. We often marvel at how you left such a wonderful place at the fag end of your life and crossed the great ocean to spread the divine message of Sriman Mahaprabhu to the Western world. We are unable to fathom the great compassion for the fallen souls that impelled you on this most merciful mission to a foreign land where you had not a penny or a friend. You struggle alone and mention, here I am sitting in New York, the world's greatest city, such a magnificent city, but my heart is always hankering after Vrindavan. I should be very happy to return to my Vrindavan, that sacred place. Gradually, some persons began to listen to your message and take up the practice of Krishna consciousness. You gave Vrindavan to the world and then returned to establish the most beautiful temple of ISKCON, Sri Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir, and brought the whole world to Vrindavan. It was an empty plot far from the center of town, and people asked why you built the temple so far away. Who would go there? But now,
everyone sees that this is one of the most important and visited temples of Vrindavan. In fact, we are amazed by the throngs of pilgrims that visit your temple all year long. Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir must be the most visited temple in all of ISKCON. Did I say Haribol? We, the most fortunate residents of Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir, are striving to fulfill your great desires for this temple. We are most happy to report to you that without going anywhere, just from the temple alone, we are sometimes distributing more than 2,000 of your books every day. We get more than 1,000 people a day to chant one full round of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra in your Samadhi Mandir. Not only that, but we travel every day to various villages of Braj and get more than 100 people in each village to chant one round of Hare Krishna. You were always fond of prasad distribution. So we are extremely happy to report to you that daily, sometimes more than 20,000 cups of Khichdi Prasad are distributed to the pilgrims visiting your temple. Of course, this was written way before. Now we're distributing 25,000 plates of cups every day. For 1 year, all visiting devotees can take full breakfast and lunch prasad for free in our large prasadam hall. You are always concerned about deity worship, and we are happy to report to you that the standard here is one of the highest in the world. You will be glad to know that as per your desire, all the garlands are lovingly strung by the devotees themselves. Every morning, we're astounded by the incredible beauty of the garlands and flower ornaments they so carefully fashion. Just like right now, have a darshan. Every day, it's like Janmastami here. Janmastami yesterday, today also is Janmastami. Your desire was that 24-hour kirtan goes on in the temple room. We are very pleased to inform you that for decades, kirtan is constantly going on very successfully. The visiting pilgrims love to chant and dance with us and be introduced to the bliss of Hare Krishna Kirtan. Concerned that even in the holy land of Vrindavan, your disciples could not get pure cow milk, you established the Bhaktivedanta Swami Goshala with just a few cows and a small piece of land. Now we have almost 500 animals, and you will be very happy to know that to fulfill your last desire, we have acquired a large tract of land not far from the temple. There, we established the Bhaktivedanta Eco Farm to produce our own food and provide more area for the cows. Like a loving grandfather, you always look after the health of your devotees. Our devotee care department very efficiently and carefully takes care of all the medical needs of your followers. In your Samadhi Mandir, we have replaced your asana with a solid carved marble asana that looks glorious. Your devotees have completely remodeled the Samadhi Museum with gorgeous colorful dioramas, including the Guru Parampara, on down to yourself, receiving initiation from your Divine Master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. Now, devotees from all over the world take part in our temple programs, artis, and classes, both in English as well as Hindi, broadcast live online by Vrindavan TV 24 hours a day. Not only do we have Prabhupada Vani Ashram very close to the temple, but we have also expanded with a Jagannath Mandir in Chaitanya Vihar, where many brahmacharis reside. Just recently, we acquired an extension center in Rukmini Vihar to accommodate the crowds of devotees who come to visit. It has 2 floors and a basement with 24 guest rooms, a large temple room where Shri Radha Govinda preside, and a first-class festival kitchen and prasad hall. Very soon, we will embark on the most ambitious plan of construction of an ashram, guest house, prasad hall, conference rooms, and other new amenities on the land next to your temple. This will expand our shrinking facilities and provide more services for the resident devotees as well as visiting pilgrims. We seek your kind blessings on us for the success of this project. It is our sincere hope that when you look down from Goloka, you will be pleased with our endeavors to beautify and expand that place you affectionately referred as your home. Please continue to shower your unlimited mercy on the devotees of Shri Krishna Balaram Mandir who are striving to please your divine grace. Your loving servants of ISKCON Vrindavan. Shri Krishna Balaram Mandir Ke! Srila Prabhupada Ke! Now, with your permission, may I read my offering? Huh? Oh, you did? Oh, that was Dinabandhu Prabhu. Big Haribol!
Dinabandhu
No,
Prabhu Ke.
not everyone is saying Haribol, just smiling. You should both smile and say Haribol. Haribol! That's good. My dear most Param Guru, Srila Prabhupada, please accept my utmost humble obeisances unto the dust of your lotus feet on this Vyasa Puja day, the most auspicious 127th anniversary of your appearance. As a pure representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna, your divine grace is being duly given unlimited glorifications and praises on this day, for without you, we would still be lost, wandering in illusion in this world. Without your able guidance and protection, we would not be able to be relieved from the scorching heat of the fire which pervades the material forest of existence. Your greatness is as deep as the unfathomable depth of the deepest ocean and as high as the unlimited sky. From the Srimad Bhagavatam, 1st Canto, Chapter 7, Text 22, you write, "The spiritual master is the mercy representative of the Lord. Therefore, a person burning in the flames of material existence may receive the rains of the mercy of the Lord through the transparent medium of the self-realized spiritual master. The spiritual master, by his words, can penetrate into the heart of the suffering person and inject transcendental knowledge by which alone can extinguish the fire of material existence. It is by your mercy alone that we can get out of this predicament of being slaves of our senses, which include the mind. By your simple formula of strictly following our agreement at the time of initiation. Following the 4 regulative principles: no illicit sex, no intoxication, no gambling, and no meat eating. Chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, the holy name of the Lord, a minimum of 16 rounds daily without any offenses. Reading daily your transcendental translations of the ancient Vedic texts along with your purports, and performing practical devotional service according to our propensity and ability. Being under the influence of the modes of material nature, I am still in Maya's grip of illusion and bewilderment. I am covered up by my false ego, thinking I am an advanced devotee, even though I am the most neophyte and degraded fallen soul. I am only trying to imitate your genuine devotees. I am still trying to resist the dictations of the flickering mind and always finding ways to fulfill my desire to enjoy the sense objects with my senses. It is only by your mercy and grace that I will be able to come back to my right senses sooner by following in your footsteps and those of the predecessor acharyas in our disciplic succession. Our only business is to cleanse our hearts so that the Lord's pastimes can re-enter our hearts once they become purified by our constantly chanting the holy name of the Lord while avoiding the offenses to His devotees. To attain Braja Bhakti, pure devotional service in Sri Vrindavan Dham is no cheap thing. In one of your purports, you write, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur summarizes this growth of love of Godhead as a gradual process. A person becomes interested in the devotional service of some good fortune. Eventually, he became interested in pure devotional service without material contamination. At that point, a person wants to associate with devotees. As a result of this association, he becomes more and more interested in discharging devotional service and hearing and chanting. The more one is interested in hearing and chanting, the more he is purified of material contamination. Liberation from material contamination is called anartha nibriti, indicating a diminishing of all unwanted things. This is the test of development in devotional service. If one actually develops a devotional attitude, he must be freed from the material contamination of illicit sex, intoxication, gambling, and meat eating. These are the preliminary symptoms. When one is freed from all material contamination, his firm faith awakens in devotional service. When firm faith develops, a taste arises, and by that taste, one becomes attached to devotional service. When this attachment intensifies, the seed of love of Krishna fructifies. This position is called priti or rati, affection, or bhava, emotion. When rati intensifies, it is called the love of Godhead. This love of Godhead is actually life's highest perfection and the reservoir of all pleasure. It's from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, chapter 23, text 13, purport. My only wish on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja is that my mind may become clear of all misgivings and that you kindly purify my heart of all anarthas. For without these blessings, I will consider this human form of life to be incomplete and wasted. I understand that I cannot be happy in this material world without Krishna consciousness. It is only by understanding the teachings in your books that I will become happy and be transported to the spiritual sky. I pray that someday I will make some progress in my spiritual pursuit and ultimately make you happy. I'm proud to be my spiritual grandfather. Thank you for everything that you have given to me. I could not ask for anything more. Still, though, I do not deserve them. I am constantly begging for your love and mercy, birth after birth. Your fallen servant. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Janardhan Maharaj. So Narahari Prabhu. Then we have Mother Nartaki. Then Amayatma, Mukunda Datta Prabhu. And again, if someone missing someone, let me know. We still have a little time left.
Hare Krishna, everybody. My name is Narahari. I came to ISKCON in London, in England. And I'd just like to say a few words. I'll speak a few personal anecdotes, very personal ones, at times when I was fortunate enough to spend the association of His Divine Grace. Vyasa Puja Day is the day we celebrate the appearance day of our spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada appeared on this day, and usually it's customary on a birthday to give gifts. If we've had a birthday, we all know we get a gift from here and there. But today we should reflect a little bit on the gifts that Srila Prabhupada has given us. For my mind, the greatest gift is really you, the devotees. It's through the association of devotees, really, that we get to know Prabhupada, we get to know Krishna, and we also get something very relishable, friendships, exchange of views, Krishna Katha. And after all, according to Bhagavad-Gita, saintly persons engage in Krishna Katha, talking about Lord Krishna and his devotees. So for me, that's the most important gift, the greatest gift. I'd like to recall the first time I saw Srila Prabhupada physically, and that was in London in the old Bury Place temple. And Prabhupada had arrived a little late, the plane was late. And when he arrived, so many devotees were there, they were showering flowers out of the windows. And it was such a beautiful day and such a wonderful sight to see Prabhupada alight from the vehicle he was being carried in. And then it came to my attention straight away. There was this incredible aroma. I could breathe it in. It was like none of the usual city smells. It was such a gorgeous fragrance. And I thought, oh, Srila Prabhupada, he's so beautiful. He even has a wonderful fragrance. But I didn't know, but Prabhupada had just come from Los Angeles. And in England, there's not much grows that in the way exotic things, maybe a rose or something. But Prabhupada had been dressed in a garland of gardenia flowers. So for any of you the first time enjoyed the scent of a gardenia, you know what I'm talking about. And so I realized, Prabhupada's wearing gardenias. But the benefit is now, any time I smell gardenia, what am I going to think of? I think of Srila Prabhupada. So that's a very good way to be reminded of his greatness. I'll tell you another story. This was at Bhakti-Vedanta Manor in the early times when they were renovating. You know, Prabhupada would visit a center. There was always work going on. You know, hammering, nailing, cleaning, etc. And at that time, Bhakti-Vedanta Manor had only recently been given to the society by George Harrison. And it had to turn a manor house into a temple. At that time, the GBC was Shyamasundar Das, who had he was a bit of an Anglophile, you know, I mean, someone who likes the British thing of the history and the traditions and all those things. And he'd been down to the House of Lords, and he was a bit impressed by all that Gothic stuff. You know, you've all seen Big Ben and the Parliament, and I think he thought that'd be the right way to create a manor house for the Lord and his pure devotee. We'll make it a bit Gothic in style. So everyone was very busy, and some devotees, there was very little money, and there was some devotees were making the altar, others were making Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa-san, and they were very resourceful. They didn't have much money for fun, so they were going around this old building, taking out like pieces of mantelpiece, above the door lintels and cornices, all this different stuff on the rooftop. There were, it was a highly decorated kind of house. And they put together a Vyasa for Srila Prabhupada like this. As Hari said before, Prabhupada had a good sense of humor. So anyway, this was about completed, and it was put there on the asana where Prabhupada would sit, elevated. And Prabhupada used to walk around and check everything. And then he came in the temple, and he saw the Vyasa. He took a second look, because it looked a bit strange. You know what he said? He said, "So, are you expecting Lord Shiva?" We thought that was hilarious. Another time, I was in Scotland, Edinburgh. If you can, picture the room. Prabhupada was doing a press conference. And all these journalists, Scottish journalists, have been to Scotland. It's a kind of slightly grim place. It's got beautiful cities and stuff, and people are nice, but it's a bit grim. And there were all these kind of crusty, I suppose you'd describe them as a bit crusty old journalists, They had tweed on and beards, and they smelled of whiskey and tobacco and all those kind of things. They all come there. Mostly it seemed they were trying to, get a story that slightly, off colour to present the movement. It was quite new there. Anyway, they asked Prabhupada many questions. Often about where you get your money and those sort of things. And Prabhupada answered every one of them really well. We were all sitting there feeling very proud. When Prabhupada was talking to people and you were near him, you felt very happy. You felt you were in a very powerful team. He was the champion. You were just helping. But Prabhupada was like more than a general, more than a leader. Anyway, he was putting these journalists in their place. And then one of them finally said, "So, do you know everything?" I mean, what were we thinking? How's Prabhupada going to answer this? He simply said yes. Everyone was astounded. It's like somebody says they know everything. This is the first time. And they were shocked, we were shocked, and we were like stunned for a moment. Of course, then Prabhupada went on to explain how one who knows Krishna automatically knows everything that needs to be known. So he gave a good answer, and then he followed it up with a proper philosophical understanding. So those men, they went away, and they wrote really good articles. And that was Prabhupada. You look for fault, you won't find any. He's a perfect human being, perfect man. And part of his mission is to spread Krishna consciousness throughout the world, but also to turn each and every one of us into the best human being we can be by displaying Krishna consciousness, which also includes some good qualities. A devotee is meant to develop good qualities. Now, Prabhupada was an excellent example when it came to good qualities. He pleased everybody. That's all I like to say. Thanks for listening. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Narahari Prabhu. Mother Nartaki. Then we have Amayatma Prabhu, Mukunda Datta Prabhu. Also, I think.
You could get a pack of these small books for only 150 rupees. You get 10 in a pack.
What a deal, what a deal.
So wherever you go, if in your bag, you carry a little book, and there's always someone that will want one of these little small books.
That's a sponsored book distribution ad.
Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Tade Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pucharini
nirvishesha shunyavadi paschatya deshatarnini. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I wanted, I like to describe Srila Prabhupada and meditate on Srila Prabhupada as an acharya. And so I was, because in that position as an acharya, he has done so many sacrifices, physical, and in so many ways done sacrifices in order to bring this Krishna consciousness to us, and written literatures, printed and distributed them himself in the beginning and like that, and reached out to so many of us. So I like to glorify him in this connection. And as it is actually described that an acharya has 4 main qualities, and that is that he knows the import of all Vedic literatures, and that he is able to teach and explain them, the Vedic literatures, the purpose of the Vedic literatures, and that he himself abides by the rules and regulations of the literatures, Vedic literatures, and teaches his disciples to follow in the same way and on the same path. So in the import, I was meditating on the import of Vedic literatures. I always took it to be like the essence or something like that, but I think I came to the conclusion that I realized and read it several times that it is the imports means the conclusion of the Vedic literatures. So in this sense, our Lord Brahma, the first acharya in our sampradaya, he was meditating, he was in darkness, and he was thinking of what is my purpose here, what should I do? And then he heard the sound tapa, and since he didn't see anyone and he couldn't find where the end of this lotus was that he was sitting on, so he just followed that instruction. Tapa means to perform austerities. And after a long period of time of austerities, the Lord revealed himself to him, because he was actually pleased by his performance of tapasya. And then the Lord himself revealed the truth to him, that he was the personality of Godhead was there before the creation, and after the creation he was in every part of the creation, and after dissolution he was also the only one left. Of course, this is in the material world, because the material world has a beginning and an end. In the spiritual world, that is eternal. Those abodes are never destroyed. So Krishna revealed all kinds of truths about himself there, and on grounds of what he had heard from the Lord, he wrote also his Brahma Samhita, which is by Prabhupada's mercy available to all of us, which describe very eloquently all the attributes of the Supreme Lord, his beauty, his personal features, his abode, his entourage, his loving devotees in the spiritual world, everything that we in the Western countries could have never dreamt of. I mean, in Christianity, where we are raised, in which we are raised, that concept is there that God is a person, but how he is a person, what he looks like, that was definitely not known to us. So Prabhupada was from the beginning, when he was teaching us, like it was sensational to us, whatever he taught us, and however he implemented it too. And that is the second point of an acharya, that he knows how to explain the Vedic literature. So he set this first, that the Krishna is the Supreme Lord, like Brahma is saying, Ishvara Parama Krishna Satchitananda Vigraha Anadir Adir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam. He is the Supreme Lord, the primeval Lord, and who Satchitananda, he has a spiritual body full of eternity and bliss. He is the origin of everything, and he has no origin beyond him. He is the origin of everything, but behind him there is no origin. He is the origin. And that he is the cause of all causes. So the whole Sampradaya Acharyas, then Narada Muni and Vyasadeva, and all the way down to our beloved and Guru Maharaj, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, all of them wrote literatures on this point of letting Krishna to be known to be the supreme worshipable object and the goal of our lives. And Srila Prabhupada, in all the books, literatures that he translated, he wrote his purports, which he said were his personal ecstasies. So he himself was in high appreciation of the Supreme Lord. So when in the beginning, this was only 1 year after the temple that he came to New York and started the temple, and when he wanted to incorporate the temple. So he was several times, I think on several occasions, asked, when he said, we will call it the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, that Prabhupada said, no, not God. No, other people were asking, should we not call it the International Society for God Consciousness? Prabhupada was very insistent, no, this must be Krishna consciousness. God is general, it is vague, and Krishna, the name Krishna, is exact and scientific and personal. Yeah, he used scientific, he loved to use the word scientific very often because he could understand in our modern society, if something is scientific, then it is considered to be authentic. So he used that, snatched that word, because the real authenticity is when it comes from Krishna. What is Krishna's approval of this thing, you know? So he made this clear that Krishna is the center, and if Krishna consciousness, also this Krishna consciousness, where it came from is from Rupa Goswami's Padyavali. Prabhupada was such an expert linguist and a master of semantics, you know, because sometimes in translating from Sanskrit into English, or in English, it is not possible directly to translate that. So he was very ingenious to coin phrases from that Sanskrit language into the English language, like this Padyavali, in Padyavali, Rupa Goswami describes Krishna Bhakti, before that, Krishna Bhakti, Krishna Bhakti Rasa Bhavita. So Krishna Bhakti is devotional service, which is also a phrase that Prabhupada created, because before that, that service was never there in people's minds when they heard about Krishna Bhakti. It was only a kind of a sentiment, you know. But here in this statement of Rupa Goswami's, he is saying Krishna Bhakti, devotional service, to be absorbed in the mellow taste of devotional service to Krishna. That is what this Krishna Bhakti Rasa Bhavita means. Rasa means taste and Bhavita means sentiment, emotions, mellows. you know. So we know in Krishna consciousness from the Vedic literatures that there's 5 relationships we can have with Krishna which involve this bhavita, this sentiments, mellows, they say in English. And what did I mean to say? Then, Prabhupada used that to coin this phrase Krishna consciousness. So, this Rasa Bhavita is definitely, there's some kind of feeling of absorption. So in Krishna consciousness, if you become conscious of anything, that means you, definitely there is absorption in something. You're thinking of something in a very absorbed way. So it's a perfect phrase, International Society for Krishna Consciousness, from Sanskrit to this year. I mean, very perfect. Prabhupada did that. So, I was kind of marveling also on the fact that this is just in the beginning of Krishna consciousness, how absorbed he was and how much of a plan he had mapped out for spreading Krishna consciousness. He was very clear, in contrast to some of his ISKCON brothers that came to the West, and the only idea they had is giving lectures, then leaving, and everyone forgot again what they had said, No, Prabhupada had very practical ideas. So even in the incorporation of Krishna consciousness, which was just 1 year after he came to America, he said, that the purposes, he said that the purposes should be seven. To systematically propagate spiritual knowledge, to educate people in the techniques of spiritual life. Again, techniques. He picks up words that are in the materialistic society something that is, describes something valuable to people, So, and uses them in Krishna consciousness. To educate people in the techniques, in other words, what he was doing, he had an idea of how to implement this Krishna consciousness practically in people's lives. So to check the imbalances of values in life and to achieve real unity and peace in the world. The second is to propagate consciousness of Krishna as revealed in Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad-Gita, to bring members of society together with each other nearer to Krishna. So Krishna is in the center and we are all around and we are related to each other. That is Krishna, who is the prime entity, to develop the idea that each one is part and parcel of Krishna. Fourth is to encourage the Sankirtan movement, congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord, as revealed in Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings. 5 is to erect holy places of transcendental pastimes dedicated to the personality of Krishna. That means he wanted holy places to be created in the West. This is what this indicates, because the holy place here already there, then it didn't need to be created, and then he named also different places like New Vrindavan. It was New Vrindavan. So that is also a holy place. And he's, when we have this consciousness of Krishna. So Prabhupada was very clear of how he wanted to implement Krishna consciousness. And there's even Daivi Shakti is describing a conversation with this Governor Reddy in her book of Vrindavan is My Home, how Prabhupada was describing how there's a relationship between the Kshatriyas and the Brahmanas, and then he kind of offered himself to be that they should establish educational places where people should be made Brahmanas, because he said it is the duty of the government to see that like the Varnashram idea, that everyone is engaged according to their occupations, and Varnas, And so So anyway, so to finish it off, one of the nice ideas, reasons also, is where Lord Krishna is confirming all that in Bhagavad-Gita, that he's saying that the living entity is struggling so hard with the six senses, including his mind. And then later on he's saying all purposes that are served by a small well can be at once served by a reservoir of water. Similarly, all purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. So Prabhupada, in all you see, he knows the purpose, the import of Vedic knowledge is that Krishna is the Supreme Lord, we are his servants, and if we serve him, we will be always happy. But if we separating ourselves from him, we will be very unhappy. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Mother Notaki.
Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
She's been helping all the devotee care for many, many years. And full-time resident here. Amayatma Prabhu will speak. I asked Mother Prashanta from VIHE, Ishwar Prabhu, and Mukunda Datta Prabhu will wrap up the ceremony. Then we'll be having some bhajans. We're having bhajans at 1:45, and then 1 o'clock Pushpanjali and Arati in kirtan, and then prasadam.
Jai Om Vishnu Pad Paramahansa Paravagacharya Astutara Satta Shishimat Astutara Satta 108 Shishiman, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So those who don't know me, and hardly anybody does here, I joined in 1973 in Los Angeles. I found Srila Prabhupada's books in the library in 1970 and immediately accepted Prabhupada as my spiritual master. But it took 3 years to know where a temple, and even know there was a temple, and find a temple and join. But I didn't write an offering this year, and so I asked Prabhu if I could speak, because it's the duty of the disciple to glorify his spiritual master, especially on the appearance day, on his most auspicious appearance day. So I just wanted to say, because I just moved here to Vrindavan. I've been to Vrindavan only 5 times previously. And the first time was in 1979. But I wasn't here in the early days, but I had godbrothers that came. Like one godbrother came in 1974, and he took a bicycle rickshaw and he went through Vrindavan and he made a recording, different bhajans from the temples. And then he went to some of the temples and he was having the devotees teach him to sing. So he wrote on this tape, he brought the tape back, cassette tape, and he brought it back and he wrote on it, Weezers and Geezers. He wrote on the tape, Weezers and Geezers. So Weezer is an old man who's, you know, he's hard to sing because he's old. And a geezer is an old...
We have a lot of those here.
We have now reached that stage, yes. So the point is that when he came to these temples, there were no young people. The young people in India, they weren't coming to the temples. The people in the temples were older. They were retired. They had, toward the end of their life. There were some young people in some of the Gaudiya Math temples because they were preaching, but most of the people in the temples were old. There's older people coming. There's older people giving the singing. And when I came in 1979, I noticed, Mayapur and here, the Indian, the youth, they weren't wearing dhotis, they weren't wearing kurtas. They all wanted Western way of life. And so we glorify Srila Prabhupada that he came to the West and he preached because Bhaktisiddhanta gave him that order. But actually, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, he gave that order to many of his godbrothers. All of those who could speak English were a little qualified. He gave them the same order. He told them, go to the Western countries, go to the English-speaking countries and preach. So what made Srila Prabhupada's coming different? Some of his godbrothers, a couple of his godbrothers, I don't know if it was 2 or 3, when the Gaudiya Math, they went to London. They sent them to London. And they tried to establish some preaching. But they didn't succeed. They came back unsuccessful, mostly. But when Srila Prabhupada came, he came alone, and he didn't have any funding. He had to hitchhike a ride on a freight ship. So he came alone with hardly any money. He had, what was it? I don't remember, 49 rupees or something, but they were rupees. He couldn't spend a penny, a paisa. He couldn't spend any of it. So he had no money. He came alone. He had so many setbacks. His godbrothers told him, you know, you will not succeed. You don't even know how to eat with a fork and knife. He had so many setbacks. But what difference is that he had 100% full conviction in the words of his spiritual master. And he never gave up. He dedicated his life to fulfilling Srila Bhaktisiddhanta's instruction. So Bhaktisiddhanta told him to come to the West and preach. And his whole life he was trying to fulfill those orders. And even with so many setbacks and so many people would give up. He wound up in the Bowery of New York, the poverty side of New York where the winos were living. But he didn't give up. And that is why he became successful. So I didn't come in the early days. Srila Prabhupada came, he came back to India in the late 60s, early 70s, and he brought with him his white dancing elephants. So a white elephant is rare. So people will go, if there's a white elephant, they'll come to see, but a dancing white elephant, the people will come to see. So the people in India weren't that interested in their own culture and taking up this culture. But when Srila Prabhupada brought his white dancing elephants, the Westerners came and performing kirtan and preaching with him in the Pandal programs, and so many people came. They wanted to see the white dancing elephants. But that reawoke within them the desire to then take back up their culture. So when I came in 79, I didn't see many Indian youth wearing the dhotis and kurtas. And I came again, 85, I came in. Anyway, different years. But this time, of course, other times I noticed, but this time I'm seeing the temples are full. Actually, those white dancing elephants are the ones who built these temples because there weren't many people joining from the Indian community until we had the temples. So I think he left, but Smar Hari, he helped build this, ordering all the materials and things to build this temple. And Mumbai, Bombay, and Juhu, and Mayapur, Hyderabad. So these are all built mostly by the Western devotees coming. They camped out in Mumbai. They were saying the rats would come at night and nibble on their toes. So they did so many austerities to build these temples, and now the youth of India are taking it up. Now so many are wearing the dhotis, the kurtas, and the temples you go, and they're full of the Indian population itself is taking it back up. And all of this is due to Srila Prabhupada having full faith in the words of his spiritual master and not giving up on fulfilling his instructions. This is the most important example he gave us. So I didn't prepare anything, like I said. I thought, but that's the main thing I wanted to say. So I also, who's this, who is it you were saying who works with the exhibits?
No, Prasanatma Prabhu and family, they help because Mother Parvati, she really liked to have that museum. So
I'll meet with them because that was my service, the Fate Museum in Los Angeles. I joined with Bhardraj. I was the first one to join with him when he came back because Devahudi was an artist. She advised me, you know, you want to serve Prabhupada?
You like our museum?
Actually, I haven't been.
What?
I know, I've been here a few
You better go today.
But, so I joined with him and I was working on that project. That was my main service. And Srila Prabhupada, he's written and he told us he wanted these exhibits in every one of his temples throughout the world. So actually we made model of the LA Museum before we went up because we hadn't asked Srila Prabhupada. We started spending money, we started doing all this audio-visual, adding the computerized, the lighting and all of these things. And we didn't ask Srila Prabhupada because this isn't the way they did it in India. And all of that was actually my idea. So I introduced that part. So we made a model, Lochan, who made Prabhupada's murtis, and myself and Bhardraj, we made this model, and we took it up to Prabhupada's room. And we're showing him, and Bhardraj explaining each and every exhibit, and he's explaining there's lights in the room, Srila Prabhupada, the lights will light up and show them the sun rising, and there'll be light spotlight on you, and then Krishna Arjuna, there'll be a light on Krishna and Arjuna, and he was explaining all of this. Prabhupada didn't say anything. He got to the Universal Forum and said, Prabhupada, there'll be 64 lights, all computerized, controlled, and special effects. And Prabhupada didn't say anything. So he asked Srila Prabhupada, so Prabhupada, we wanted to know if you approved of this. Prabhupada said something very unusual. He said, this is our word jugglery. So he had been talking about how the impersonalists, they speak so many flowery words. And sometimes you don't understand what they're saying. But you think, oh, he's so advanced. This is their word jugglery. So Prabhupada said, without reading a word, without reading one word of Srimad Bhagavatam, they will understand our philosophy. So he was wanting these exhibits. He told in that meeting, he said, I want these exhibits in all of my temples. So one thing, a lot of devotees come to Vrindavan to retire, and I wanted to revive my service to Srila Prabhupada. So one of my desires is to come here. I want to make some traveling exhibits. Prabhupada approved of traveling exhibits. I want to make some traveling museum exhibits to try to help fulfill Prabhupada's instructions to us. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai. Ayatma Prabhu, thank you very much. Prabhupada loved plays and also the doll exhibit. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati very much approved for preaching purposes, the doll exhibits. VIHE is here educating and providing facilities to study the Goswami literatures on behalf of Srila Prabhupada. So I thought I'd ask Mother Prashanta. Then Ishvara Paramakrishna and Mukunda Datta Prabhu.
Thank you very much, Panchagoda Prabhu. I will be reading my Vyas Puja offering. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. Many years ago, while I was blissfully undergoing Bhakti Vaibhav studies, I wrote a 10-stanza poem in glorification of the 10 topics of Srimad Bhagavatam. The subject fascinated me. My structured mind found solace in deciphering Shukadeva Goswami's systematic coding of his unparalleled presentation of the treasure of Krishna consciousness. When I wondered where you could fit in the whole picture, I chose to include you under Manvantara, the reigns of the Manus, you, the teacher and guardian of Saddharma, the eternal religion of all souls, beyond denominations of body and mind. I wish today to offer you again this section of my meager attempt to describe your manifestation in this world. At each reading of this passage, tears inevitably flood my eyes, for every time I am brought back to the greater picture you and all of us belong to, and I feel my relationship with you renewed. Srila Prabhupada, you spoke and wrote many things, amazing, inspiring, eye-opening, and sometimes puzzling, disconcerting, and shaking. Intelligence lies in reconciling your words and in trusting you. Srila Prabhupada, I visited the Paris Hare Krishna temple in 1979. You were gone. How much I craved to see the love in your eyes, that soothing balm that helps one see the truth. Catching a reflection of it in the eyes of your faithful disciples, I stayed. Many years have passed. You are my anchor and the strength that propels me to continue on this marvelous yet difficult spiritual path. On this day, I pray for your benevolent glance to enthuse me with the necessary strength to serve meaningfully for whatever number of years I have left in this lifetime. Let me be part of your mission despite my many flaws. Here is the Manvantara section of the 10 topics, which draws from the statements of Shukadev, Sutta Goswami, your purports, and various Acharya stickers. You are mentioned in lines 8 to 10. To help them all to reach out with his mercy, time after time he sends the rulers of mankind, the universal laws, the gentle kings, and the saintly people, with a mission to give directives, the needed guidance, among them clad in saffron cloth, devotion and knowledge across the peaceful sea an old man carries. May their teaching spread far and wide, may their example be praised and followed. Well behaved they are, empowered they are, may their reigns come as auspicious periods for the whole world to go back home. Joining hands with all the devotees involved in serving at the Vrindavan Institute for Higher Education, I beg for your direction as we move forward to establish multiple opportunities for devotees to come together, to systematically study and find ways to practically integrate Krishna consciousness in their life and benefit all they meet. Herein is the means of acquiring knowledge. Devotion is the active principle that allows assimilation in the revival of our original nature. And the object of knowledge is Krishna, the reservoir of all pleasure, the source of unlimited loving reciprocations. Bhaktyamam abhijanati. Besides study time, learning at the VIG includes daily services, festivals, outings in Braj, Kirtan, celebration of Vaishnav Tithis, japa sessions, and value classes, all aimed at polishing our consciousness so we can endear ourselves to Krishna. Higher education stands for Paravidya, the study of transcendental knowledge, the missing branch of modern educational systems. All living beings are born abodha, or ignorant. Many years of education are required for one to become a functional part of the human society. What to speak of becoming a functional part of the transcendental Vaikuntha world? You defined a temple as a spiritual, educational shelter where all can gradually, yet swiftly, safely evolve to perfection on the basis of hearing, serving, and interacting thereof, like diamonds sharpening each other to become shining reflectors of the original light of the Bhagavata. Step by step, from ABC to PhD, you gave the frame for transcendental education based on the study of your books. Please bless us as we develop various intermediary steps to help devotees increase their qualification of students of the topmost school of devotion you so kindly manifested for the whole world to go back home. We currently envision 3 levels to prepare new devotees for Bhakti Shastri, and 2 levels to increase further seekers' readiness for the higher levels of Bhakti Vaibhav and Bhaktivedanta studies. With this, we aim at providing lifelong, ongoing support for spiritual growth. Having witnessed over many years of experience how devotees need initial training, flourish while hearing systematically in their daily life, and get the topmost benefit from their studies when the instructions delivered suit their level of development in Krishna consciousness. Krishna conscious study periods are indeed auspicious periods in one's life. Manvantara Sat Dharma. Time is made auspicious when used in receiving and delivering the teachings of pure devotional service. We repeatedly beg for your kind blessings in our endeavor to serve your mission. Please accept our offering and guide us always, so we may become better tools in your expert hands. Your servants, Prashanta, Devidasi, and team at the Vrindavan Institute for Higher Education. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Mother Prashanta. VIH is providing facilities for those who want to study deeper, especially in the holy Dham of Vrindavan, to strengthen their spiritual journey. I have our old temple commander from the long time ago, was the 90s, Raghupati Prabhu. You're going to say a few words. Ishvara Prabhu will speak after Raghupati, and our Mukunda Datta Prabhu will wrap things up. Back in 93, they appointed me to assist Kadambakanda Maharaj as vice president, and Raghupati Prabhu was the temple commander. So even though all kinds of chaos was going on, he always stayed cool, calm, and collective.
Thank you, Prabhu, for giving such opportunity. I was not thinking that I'll get this opportunity. Many years back, 1988, I was in the university traveling to see a maths professor. I had no idea that I was going to find something which will change my life completely. So I was going to see a maths professor in the city of Kanpur. Then suddenly I heard Hare Krishna Mahamantra being played. This on the Grand Trunk Road of this city, not far from my college. So I went there and I found these very effulgent books. They really attracted me. And one of those books was Perfect Questions and Perfect Answers. I thought this is very interesting. So I picked up that book, read it completely, then read it. So I read it 5 times. Next day I went and I bought Bhagavad-Gita. Then I made a rule that I should go there and buy one book every day. They told me that they were from Vrindavan. The devotees were from Vrindavan. And that time Dinbandhu Prabhu was temple president. So he used to send Sankirtan parties in many, many cities of Uttar Pradesh, and he would travel himself.
Sankirtan Yagya ki, Transcendental Book Distribution ki.
So I had no courage to speak to these devotees because I thought they were so pure and my life was just a college life, not so sacred. But somehow I came to know that they were from Vrindavan. So every day I would go buy one book. And I asked one devotee, Srinivas Prabhu, who is serving here as well, Nitai Prabhu, who used to do kirtan, many devotees who are not here, some of them are here. So they said, we are from Vrindavan, we will be here for 1 month. So I thought, this is a good idea. So in 30 days, I bought 30 books. And by the time they were about to leave city of Kanpur, I had bead bag and a bead with me. But I had no idea that how many rounds I have to chant. I thought you have to chant 16 rounds in the morning and 16 rounds in the evening. They just told me chant 16 rounds.
Good formula.
So I started chanting 16 in the morning, 16 in the evening, and here I am studying mathematics, physics, and chemistry in the university. So this completely created disbalance in my life. Then my father came and saw me. He said, what are you doing? I said, I'm chanting 16 rounds in the morning and 16 in the evening. How long does it take you? I said, 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. When do you study? I said, whenever I find time. He wasn't happy. He suggested you chant 4 rounds, not 16. I didn't say anything. But then there was so much pressure built. And I was getting more and more attracted to study Prabhupada books. So having studied Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers, because that was conversation of Srila Prabhupada with a scientist, Bob Cohen, Brahmatirtha Prabhu. That really appealed to me. And particularly the way Prabhupada responded to scientific inquiries in a way which was scientific. So I could relate to it. Yes, this is scientific. Because Prabhupada's answers were so perfect, logical, evidence-based. So that was just simply amazing. I have to admit that some of the tenets of philosophy I did not understand. And one of them was that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So coming from Hindu background, I thought Krishna is one of the Vishnu incarnations. So that was very difficult to digest, that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But by this time, I had developed faith in Prabhupada's scholarship and his purity. 2 things attracted me about Prabhupada. So every day I used to see the pictures in Bhagavad-Gita. So first thing I would see is the picture of Prabhupada. And that would completely stun me. I used to be stunned, thinking I have never ever imagined that I would meet somebody so pure. So I used to think that how can somebody be so pure? So that purity, then I would open his book and read. So despite the difficulties to digest the philosophy of Krishna consciousness, the faith let me carry on that whatever Prabhupada is saying, he would certainly give the evidence. He would prove it. So because Prabhupada was saying Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then immediately there was evidence from Brahma Samhita, from Upanishads, from Mahabharata, from so many places, and also from the normal logic, reasoning that I could relate to. So that way, my faith in Prabhupada increased, and I wanted to go to Vrindavan. By this time, the devotees left. They came back to Vrindavan. And my father had already seen me. So he asked me, he used to give me, every month he used to give me monthly pocket money. In India, parents would support you even if you are in the university. So he was supporting me financially. So when I went to him, I said, I've got no money. So he said, but I gave you so much money. What did you do? I said, I bought all these books. So he wasn't happy, but I was happy. So reluctantly, he gave me more money for the next month. And with that money, I left the university to come back to Vrindavan. So I was coming on the train, but before I came, every day I would go to Kanpur Central railway station. It happened 3 times. And then check the trains coming to Mathura, and then go back to study. So this was kind of very difficult dilemma. Should I continue with this study or go to Vrindavan? So something was telling me I have to go to Vrindavan because I have to become pure like those devotees I have seen. For some reason, the purity in the devotees attracted me. And then another dilemma was that what should I do? Because this will be very irresponsible to leave this study, leave the parents who are dependent on me, and so this was a dilemma. But on the other hand, there was a lot of pressure being built at home for me to give up devotional service. It's a difficult time. One day I was planning, and I thought, okay, today I must go to Vrindavan. So in Kanpur Central Railway Station, I was waiting for the train, and there was one sannyasi from some mission. He came to me and he said, looks like you are leaving home. I said, yes. Where are you going? I said, I'm going to Vrindavan. Why? I said, because I'm reading Prabhupada's Bhagavad-Gita. And this is the perfection of life. I have to go to Vrindavan. So he said, you're very young. I was 18-year-old at that time. Very immature. You should go back, complete your study. There's so many sannyasis writing these kind of commentaries on Bhagavad-Gita. You can also read others. And this is not the only commentary. But I said, Prabhupada is most authentic. Now at this point, he made a mistake. He criticized Prabhupada. And I completely rejected him right away. I said, okay, please don't speak to me anymore. I would do whatever I need to do. So I came to Vrindavan, and when I came here, I found there was a festival going on here on 4th of April, 1989. And I found the devotees who I had seen in Kanpur. And then they took me to various devotees. And when I saw Dinabandhu Prabhu, I thought, okay, that is the perfection of life.
Okay, everyone take a good look. Perfection of life.
So I think I won't say much, but yes, now whenever Dinabandhu Prabhu sees me, he wants me to come back to Vrindavan because for some unknown reasons, I have left Vrindavan. So yes, I beg Dinanda Prabhu to bless me to come back to Vrindavan again. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada books ki jai.
Raghupati, thank you. Thank you for coming. Ishwara Prabhu can speak. And then we have Mukunda Datta Prabhu. Being temple commander back then, we had no phones, no landlines. Monkeys would always break, and so usually temple commander would have to run from one side of the campus to the other. Any problems? See Raghupati.
Hare Krishna. Namamo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pistaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vinata Swamiti Namini. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nibisesa Sunyavadi Pashta Desatarine Vanchakapa Turbhyascha Kripas Chindabevacha Patitana Pavana Vibhyo Vaishnava Vibhyo Namo Nama Srila Prabhupada Vyasapoja Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki. So this is a very auspicious day, and it's a wonderful day to remember what is Srila Prabhupada, and especially his teaching to us. So I will try to be as understood as much as possible. I try. So in Srila Prabhupada's book, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the first canto, there is in the conversation of Narada Muni with Vyasadeva. So the Sanskrit is Nayad Vachas Chitrapadam Hare Yasro Jagapavitram Praginita Karichit Tavaya Santi Tavasanti Manasa Nayatra Hamsa Niramantu Sukshana Saya. As Srila Prabhupada translation, those words which do not describe the glories of the Lord, who alone can sanctify the atmosphere of the whole universe, are considered by saintly persons to be like unto a place of pilgrimage for crows. Since the all-perfect persons are inhabitants of the transcendental abode, they do not derive any pleasure there. And then the following verse, then Narada Muni said, Taba Vishago Janataga Viplavo Yasmin Pati Slokan Nabadi Abhyat Api Namani Anantasha Yasun Kitani Yat Shivanti Gayanti Grananti Sadhava. On the other hand, those literature which is full of descriptions of the transcendental glories of the name, fame, forms, pastimes, etc., of the unlimited Supreme Lord, is a different creation, full of transcendental words directed toward bringing about a revolution in the impious lives of these world's misdirected civilizations. Such transcendental literatures, even though imperfectly composed, are heard, sung, and accepted by purified men who are thoroughly honest. So this is a very powerful statement, from Srila Prabhupada's translation about the power of the transcendental literature. Srila Prabhupada's books, his books actually, his birth. This is a special gift which he gave to the whole world. That's why Srila Prabhupada will always emphasize books, because this book that will change the whole world. One time there was a conversation between Srila Prabhupada and Rameshwar Prabhu. So that time, Rameshwar Prabhu had presented to Prabhupada that in Bombay Gopal-Krishna Prabhu was Maharaj, wasn't in Maharaj at that time. He was asking a loan from the BBT to build towers. So he was asking a loan. So Rameshwar Prabhu was asking Prabhupada if that is all right. So Srila Prabhupada said, yes, no, it's okay. And then Rameshwar Prabhu said, but then we have to delay the printing of some books. Immediately Prabhupada said, no, books first. Books first. So, because this is his gift to the whole world. This is how Prabhupada changed the whole world. I know that when I first joined, what attracted me was Prabhupada's books. That's what attracted me was Prabhupada's books. Even though when I was visiting the center, that time when Brahmananda Prabhu was preaching, when I was visiting the center, I wasn't attracted to like Prashadam or someone, but I was attracted to the books. Because these books, the more you read them, the more change you have. I know that many people nowadays, they will say that, this book of Prabhupada, they only contain ABC, so therefore come and hear something much more advanced. But these people don't know what is so-called ABC. Without ABC, how can you know anything? So, Srila Prabhupada books is changing the world and it's changing the life of everyone. So, Srila Prabhupada ki, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Ishwar Prabhu. So, yeah, you can just, no time. Say what you got to say.
Om Ajnanathimiranthasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukam Kurdi Vachalam Pangum Langhayate Girim Yat Kripatamaham Vande Shri Gurum Dinataranam. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. This Vyas Puja is our great fortune to be here in Sri Vrindavan Dham and glorifying His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, founder and Acharya of this great international society for Krishna consciousness. And Srila Prabhupada's character is not comparable to any other Acharya. Actually, in terms of numbers of people that Srila Prabhupada's preaching reached, he has done better than Ramanujacharya, Shankaracharya, Madhvacharya, Nimbargacharya. Even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not leave India, but Srila Prabhupada did so many times. And Srila Prabhupada's purity was such that he attracted so many people. I remember the first time I saw Srila Prabhupada, I had been reading his books for some time, and I had some idea of the philosophy. But when I saw His Divine Grace in person, it was like meeting the sun god personified. I mean, visually, he just lit up the room. And he was, as many people have had this experience, for even ordinary people in airports, they would see Srila Prabhupada, and one man was pointing and said, that man is glowing. So Prabhupada had this unearthly manner about him that was just very, instantly I could understand this person is not of this material world. And that was supported by the knowledge that I knew that Srila Prabhupada was able to impart within his books. So it was a powerful experience. Maybe some 2 or 3 weeks after I saw Srila Prabhupada was in New York City In those days, we had a skyscraper, Prabhupada used to call it. I think it was only 10, 11 floors. Maybe it was more than that, but he called it a skyscraper in Manhattan. And one reporter from the New York Times came, religion department, and devotees had tried to prepare her for meeting with Srila Prabhupada. They were telling her that this person is representative of an unbroken chain of spiritual masters for hundreds of years, going back all the way to Krishna himself, etc., etc. So Rameshwar Prabhu, now, he told me that he was there at that time, and he was seeing this reporter. From her body language, he said, he could understand she was extremely skeptical, although she was a religion reporter. So she came, and she was interviewing Srila Prabhupada. She asked him, how do you know what to write in these books? And Prabhupada, without missing a beat, just immediately replied, Krishna tells me what to write. And understanding her mentality, Rameshwar interjected at this point. He said he felt bad about it afterwards, but somehow or other he was trying to maybe buffer this statement for this reporter that, that when a devotee is sincere, then from within the heart, Paramatma gives the intelligence and provides the direction, what to say, appropriate to the time, place, and circumstance, etc., etc. And Prabhupada was not having any of this. He cut off Rameshwar Swami. He slammed his hand down hard on his desk and he said, no, it's not like that. Krishna is next to me, directly dictating what words I should write on the paper. So this reporter, at this point in the conversation, I'm reiterating, summarizing the story which was just told to me a few weeks ago in Los Angeles by Rameshwar Prabhu himself. He provided some more details that I had not heard. So at this point in the conversation, the entire room went quiet. The whole mood changed. And this reporter immediately became very, very grave and very respectful, because the weight of what Prabhupada had just thrown at her was so overwhelming and so shocking. No one can say such a thing except for Srila Prabhupada. So he carried on with the interview, but actually that was the high point of the interview. That itself was the really memorable event that afternoon. And the point is that Srila Prabhupada was not afraid to present absolute truth as it is. Unadulterated, unsweetened, unmoderated, just straight absolute truth. And that is why he was successful compared to all of the other yogis and gurus and swamis and even Vaishnavas who have tried to go worldwide and replicate anything close to what Srila Prabhupada did. He had this purity that no one else had or has. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So it brings to mind his approach to preaching Krishna consciousness, brings to mind another event. There was an airport greeting in those days before 9/11. We were all able to go to the airport with tumultuous kirtan and greet Srila Prabhupada very ebulliently. And Srila Prabhupada appreciated that. So seeing this huge kirtan of 300-400 devotees coming down the hall, several reporters were there waiting because they had been told that His Divine Grace was arriving. So they all came, and one of them has his big boom mic swinging and bags jangling on their shoulders, and one man came and just thrust his microphone in front of Prabhupada, and he asked Srila Prabhupada, which sect of Buddhism do you represent? And without a moment's hesitation, Srila Prabhupada just said, we don't represent this ism or that ism. We represent the absolute truth. And if you are sincere, you will take it. Immediately, Prabhupada elevated the conversation to a very personal, very transcendental, and Krishna conscious level that no one else could have done and no one else did do. So this was Srila Prabhupada's tremendous power. I could see the first time I saw Srila Prabhupada, although his stature was very small, like many Bengalis are, he was, towering over him were all of his big Western sannyasi disciples. But he had such a commanding presence. As I said, he was just like the sun shining in the midst of all these other personalities. And when Srila Prabhupada walked into the room, the whole place would light up with this effulgence. And it impressed me immediately that the same illumination that I was experiencing by reading his books, I could see it there in his person. They were non-different. Person Bhagavata and book Bhagavata are one and the same. So we're all sitting here today in Sri Vrindavan Dham, Nandotsava, day after Janmashtami, Srila Prabhupada appeared, and we're so fortunate to sit at his lotus feet and to take shelter of those lotus feet. And we know that we do that by taking shelter of his Bhakti-Vedanta purports. And all we can really do, since it's impossible for someone to repay his debt to the spiritual master, all we can really do is thank his divine grace for taking his own spiritual master's instructions so seriously that he was actually empowered in the way that he was to bring Krishna consciousness to all of us. And bow down at his lotus feet and beg from him for some special blessings that will enable us to try to continue his mission, to act as his hands, and to deliver other people. As he often said, just as I have delivered you, you deliver others. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Go Premanande.
Thank you, Mukunda Datta Prabhu. Actually, since today's Nandotsav, I have to ask Nanda Gopal Prabhu to speak a few words here since he's related to Nanda. So wonderful to have devotees, their memories and appreciation of Srila Prabhupada and Prabhupada's gift to humanity, the books, transcendental literatures, and giving all of us an opportunity to awaken from the dream or nightmare of material existence. Is it a dream or a nightmare? So after Prabhu finishes 24-hour kirtan, we'll do some kirtan and we'll have some bhajans at around 1:45. Start a few bhajan, then 1 o'clock Pushpanjali, kirtan, prasad.
Hare Krishna. My obeisances to all of you. I'm not qualified to speak to you because anyway, I had this amazing fortune in my life to meet Srila Prabhupada. I left my country. I got illegal in the boat and I escaped America. And I hitchhiked all the way from Chicago and away all the way down to Los Angeles. It was 1975, and my plan was, after I read Gita and Tibetan Book of Death and Buddhist and all the kinds of books, and my mind was focused on finding a guru. So I went to, somehow or other, find the address of Los Angeles. It was evening, and I enter, and I told he was Danavir, Bhakta leader, and I told him my plan, and he said, "Man, you are too much. You want to find a guru? You don't need to go to India. Guru is coming." I said, "Guru is coming? Yeah, Guru is coming. Just stay with us, and everything will be all right." And Prabhupada came after few days. Just imagine. So we were in a fever of preparing Los Angeles temple. It was the new temple that time, preparing and moving from the old small temple to the big one. next to it. And all the new people were stay back, and the old devotees went to the airport to meet Srila Prabhupada and bring him back home. And it came the moment that Srila Prabhupada, the kirtan was going mad, and Srila Prabhupada came inside, and he was like, Prabhuji was saying, he was effulgent. He was effulgent. And he came in, and we was like such a mad of ecstasy and feverish kirtan that we were jumping like 2 meters high, everyone. He was like leaving the body, we was sweating like a madman. We never met a vibration like this, a personality like this. He said, after he gave obeisances to all the deities, looking everybody around in the eyes, so personal, so sweet. And he sat in his Vyasasana that we had prepared, and he would go like, you remember? He had this cow expression in his mouth. Everything all right? He would say, everything all right? He was taking our heart. He was taking our... So anyway, I stayed there with the devotees, and that time, it was the time that the devotees, they told him that they are behind. He was ahead in the book translation, and he wanted them to go ahead and catch him. So he stayed in the Los Angeles temple 2 months, I think. Yeah? Something like that, 2-3 months. And I was there. That rascal, he was there. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I got so fired up. My English was broken. I'm from Greece. And the fever of the temple, it was so strong. Tripurari, Swami, Gopa Vrindavan. And it was like, wow, come on in the airport. Put a wig, put a karmic clothes. I went to the airport, and I was like doing big books. I was doing big books in the airport, and I started getting fired up. I would do 50, 100. Tripurari was like, fire me up, And all these big book saints, they were so powerful. They put me up there, and I was like, wow. And unforgettable times. But I never had the time, I never had the qualification, I should say, to see Srila Prabhupada personally and get his mercy. But I saw him every day in the class, very near, very sweet. He gave me such a big mercy, and I could not believe my life. And then after he left, I forgot what I did. Then I went to Greece after Prabhupada left the body, and we opened a temple in Athens, and like that. So, Srila Prabhupada, he's such an amazing personality. Not the educated persons, because I never educated myself. I never want to educate. But when I met Srila Prabhupada, I got so much into reading, and absorbing his books, his transcendental knowledge. I went, and I became devotee. So Thank you very much.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you, Nanda Gopal. Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastra Koi, Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. So that I said, just by a moment's association, you got all that mercy. Most of Srila Prabhupada's disciples did not have the opportunity to be with Prabhupada in a personal, intimate way. The most, a small handful, very fortunate. Everyone is fortunate. Prabhupada, he was quite aware of everything and everyone. But just carrying out the order of Srila Prabhupada, the devotees feel satisfied, and Srila Prabhupada was happy with that. So 127th Divine Appearance Day of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you everyone for staying, listening, and experiencing the transcendental emotion of appreciating Srila Prabhupada. You having a bhajan now? Okay, we'll start the bhajans now. We have our bhajan kirtan. So do participate, chant the holy name, and very shortly we'll have our Pushpanjali kirtan and prasad.
तो ठीक है चलो Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada Vyas Puja Mahotsav ki. Ohe Vaishnava Thakura Dayaro Sagara Edase Koruna Kori O he Vaishnava Thakura Dayaro Sagara Edase Koruna Kori Diya pada chaya shodoghe amay Diya pada chaya Diya pada chaya shodoghe amay Tomar charana dhare ami Ami tomar charana dhare Chaebe Gotami ছায় দোষ সুধি ছায় গুণ দেহ দাসে সায়েবে গোদমি ছায় দোষ সুধি ছায় গুণ দেহ দাসে ছায় সত সঙ্গ দেহ হে আমায় ছায় সত ছায় সত সঙ্গ দেহ হে আমায় ছায় সত সঙ্গ বসেছি সঙ্গের আশে বসেছি সঙ্গের আশে আমি বসেছি সঙ্গের আশে একাকী আমায় নাহি পায়ে বল হরি নাম সংকীর্তনে আর একাকী আমায় নাহি পায়ে বল হরি নাম সংকীর্তনে তুমি কৃপা করি শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া তুমি কৃপা করে তুমি কৃপা করি শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া তুমি কৃপা করে দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম ধানে আমায় দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম ধানে কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো তোমার শক্তি আছে আর কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো তোমার শক্তি আছে আমি তো কাঙ্গাল কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তো কাঙ্গাল বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর আমি তো কাঙ্গাল কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তো ধাই তব পাছে পাছে ধাই তব পাছে পাছে আমি ধাই তব পাছে পাছে ধাই তব পাছে পাছে ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর এ দাস করুণা করে ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর দিয়া পদ ছায়া শোধ হে আমায় দিয়া পদ ছায়া শোধ হে আমায় তোমার চরণ ধরে আমি তোমার চরণ জয়া প্রভুপাদা 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 শিল প্রভুপাদা जया जय प्रभुपाद 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 प्रभुपाद
हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण एबार करुणा करो वैष्णव गोसाई एबार एबार करुणा करो वैष्णव गोसाई पतित पावन तोमा बिना केहू नाय पतित पतित पावन तोमा बिन केहू नाय पतित যাহার নিকটে গেলে পাপ দূরে যায় যাহার যাহার নিকটে গেলে পাপ দূরে যায় যাহার এমন দয়াল প্রভু কেবা কোথা পায় এমন এমন দয়াল প্রভু কেবা কোথা পায় এমন দয়াল গঙ্গার পরশ হইলে পশ্চাতে পাব গঙ্গার পরশ হইলে পশ্চাতে পাব গঙ্গার দর্শনে পবিত্র কর এ তোমার গুণ দর্শনে দর্শনে পবিত্র কর এ তোমার গুণ দর্শনে পবিত্র তোমারি স্থানে অপরাধে তারে হরি নাম হরি স্থানে হরি স্থানে অপরাধে তারে হরি নাম হরি স্থানে তোমার স্থানে অপরাধে নাহি পরিত্রাণ তোমার স্থানে তোমার স্থানে অপরাধে নাহি পরিত্রাণ তোমার স্থানে তোমার হৃদয়ে সদা গোবিন্দ বিশ্রাম তোমার তোমার হৃদয়ে সদা গোবিন্দ বিশ্রাম তোমার गोविंद कहे न मोर वैष्णव परान गोविंद गोविंद कहे न मोर वैष्णव परान गोविंद कहे न प्रति जन्मे करी आशा चरणेर धूली प्रति जन्मे करी आशा चरणेर धूली प्रति जन्मे नरोत्तमे कर दया आपनार बोली नरोत्तमे कर दया आपनार बोली नरोत्तमे एबार करुणा कर वैष्णव गोसाई एबार कर पतित पावन तोमा बिना केहू नाय पतित पावन हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा जय वैष्णव ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर वैष्णव ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद श्रील प्रभुपाद की
गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दया करए दासे तृणापेक्षा योतिहीना गुरुदेव सकल सहने बल दिया करो निज माने स्पृहाइनो सकल सहने गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया कर दासे তৃণাপেক্ষায়তিহীনা গুরুদেব আর সকল সহনে বল দিয়া করো সকল সকল সহনে বল দিয়া করো সকল আর সকল সহনে বল দিয়া করো নিজ মানে স্পৃহাইনো নিজ আর সকলে সম্মান করিতে শক্তি দেহ
সকলে সম্মান করিতে শক্তি দেহনাথ যথাযথ আমি তবে তো গাইব হরি নাম সুখে তবে তো গাইব হরি নাম তবে তো গাইব হরি নাম সুখে তবে তো গাইব অপরাধ হবে হত আমার অপরাধ হবে হত কবে হেন কৃপা লোভিয়ায় জন কি তার তো হইবে নাথ কবে হেন কৃপা লোভিয়ায় আর কবে হেন কৃপা লোভিয়ায় জন কি তার তো হইবে নাথ শক্তি বুদ্ধিহীন আমি অতি দিন শক্তি বুদ্ধিহীন আমি অতি দিন শক্তি বুদ্ধিহীন আমি অতি দিন শক্তি বুদ্ধিহীন করো মোরে আত্মসাৎ করো মোরে আর করো মোরে আত্মসাৎ যোগ্যতা বিচারে কিছু নাহি পাই তোমার করুণা সার যোগ্যতা বিচারে কিছু নাহি পাই করুণা না হইলে কাদিয়া কাদিয়া করুণা না হইলে গুরুদেব 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 করুণা না হইলে কাদিয়া কাদিয়া করুণা না হইলে কাদিয়া কাদিয়া প্রাণ না রাখে বয়ার আমি প্রাণ না রাখে বগার গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া না পেখায়তি গুরুদেব বিন্দু দিয়া হে দাস না পে জয় জয় প্রভুপাদ 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 জয় জয় প্রভুপাদ 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 প্রভুপাদ
क्या गाऊं वही गाएगा अच्छा गाता है क्या गाएगा और एक गाओ और एक गाओ क्या गाऊं बोलो वही उसी को बोलो बड़े कृपा करी गौरव बनो मुझे आप गाओ अरे नहीं। गाओ गाओ एक बाहर करो बाहर करो छोटो अक्षर बड़ अक्षर
গুরুদেব বড় কৃপা করি গৌরবন মাঝে গোদ্রুমে দিয়া সুস্থা
दूसरा लाइन बोलो
গুরুদেব বড় কৃপা করি গৌরবান মাঝে গোদ্রুমে দিয়াছ স্থান আজ্ঞা দিলা মোরে এই ব্রজে বসি আজ্ঞা দিলা মোরে আজ্ঞা দিলা মোরে এই ব্রজে বসি আজ্ঞা দিলা মোরে হরি নাম করো গা আর হরি নাম করো গা কিন্তু কবে প্রভু যোগ্যতায় রে পিবে এ দাসের দয়া করে কিন্তু কিন্তু কবে প্রভু আর কিন্তু কবে প্রভু যোগ্যতায়র পিবে এ দাসের দয়া করে চিত্ত স্থির হবে সকল সহিব চিত্ত স্থির হবে চিত্ত স্থির হবে সকল সহিব একান্তে ভজিব গোরে একান্তে ভজিব আমি একান্তে ভজিব হরে আরে শৈশব যৌবনে সদা সুখ সঙ্গে অভ্যাস হইল মন্দা সঙ্গে অভ্যাস আর শৈশব যৌবনে জর সুখ সঙ্গে অভ্যাস হইল মন্দা নিজ কর্ম দোষে এ দেহ হইল নিজ কর্ম দোষে গুরুদেব 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 নিজ কর্ম দোষে এ দেহ হইল নিজ কর্ম দোষে ভজনের প্রতিবন্ধ ভজনের প্রতিবন্ধ আমার ভজনের প্রতিবন্ধ আর বার্ধক্যে এখন পঞ্চরোগে হত কেমনে ভজিব বল আমার বার্ধক্যে এখন পঞ্চরোগে হত কেমনে ভজিব বল কাদিয়া কাদিয়া তোমার চরণে প্রভুপাদ 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 কাদিয়া কাদিয়া তোমার চরণে কাদিয়া কাদিয়া পরিয়াছি সুবিঘাল পরিয়াছি সুবিঘাল জয় জয় প্রভুপাদ 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 জয় জয় গুরুদেব গুরুদেব Gurudev, Gurudev, Dev, Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
एक तो बाज गए एक बाज गए पुष्प फूल तो अच्छी ना आम्ही गायला आपने गाणं आपने गाणं हां नो ओ म्हणे नाही मामा तर 5 मिनिट प्रारंभ से बड़ कृपा कइले कृष्ण ए अधमेर प्रति बड़ कृपा कइले बड़ कृपा कइले कृष्ण अधमेर प्रति बड़ कृपा की लागिया नीला एथा करो एबे गति की लागिया की लागिया नीला एथा करो एबे गति আছে কিছু কার্য তব সেই মানে আছে কিছু নহে কেন আনিবে না এই উগ্র স্থানে নহে না রজসতম গুণে এরা সবাই আচ্ছন্ন রজসতম বাসুদেব কথা রুচি নহে সে প্রসন্ন বাসু তবে যদি তব কৃপা হয়ে অহেতুকি তবে যদি সকলই সম্ভব সে কৌতুকী সকল কিভাবে বুঝালে তারা বুঝে সেই রস কিভাবে বুঝালে তারা বুঝে সেই রস কিভাবে এত কৃপা কর প্রভু করি নিজ বশ এত কৃপা কর প্রভু করি নিজ বশ এত কৃপা তোমার ইচ্ছায় সব হয় মায়া বশ তোমার ইচ্ছায় নাশ মায়ার পরশ তোমার তব ইচ্ছা হয় যদি তাদের উদ্ধার তব ইচ্ছা বুঝিবে নিশ্চয় তবে কথা সে তোমার বুঝিবে ভাগবতের কথা সে তব অবতার ধীর হয় শুনে যদি কানে বারবার ধীর হই শুনে যদি কানে বারবার রজসতম হইতে পাইবে নিস্তার রজসতম উদয়ের বিদ্যা সব ঘুচিবে তাহার কি করে বুঝাব কথা বড় এই চাই কি করে বুঝাব ক্ষুদ্র আমি দীনহীন কোন শক্তি নাই অথচ এনেছ প্রভু কথা বলিবারে অথচ যে তোমার ইচ্ছা প্রভু কর এইবারে অখিল জগত গুরু वचन से हमारो अलंकृत करिबार क्षमता तोमार अलंकृत तब कृपा होइले मोर कथा शुद्ध हबे तब सुनिया सबार शोक दुख जे घुचिबे सुनिया एने छे यदि हमारे नाचा नाते एने छे एने छ यदि प्रभु हमारे नाचाते जने छ नाचाओ नाचाओ प्रभु नाचाओ से मते नाचाओ 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 प्रभु नाचाओ से मते नाचाओ नाचाओ काष्ठेर पितुला जेन नाचाओ से मते एने छ यदि प्रभु हमारे नाचाते एने छ नाचाओ नाचाओ प्रभु नाचाओ से मते नाचाओ काष्ठेर पितुली जेन नाचाओ से मते भक्ति नहीं वेद नहीं नामे खूब डरो भक्ति नहीं भक्ति वेदांत नाम एबे सार्थक करो बड़ कृपा कैले प्रभु अधमेर प्रति बड़ कृपा कैले प्रभु अधमेर प्रति बड़ कृपा लागी आनिला हे ठाकुर एबे गति लागी आनिला हे ठाकुर एबे गति नाचाओ नाचाओ प्रभु नाचाओ से मते नाचाओ नाचाओ प्रभु काष्ठेर पितुली जेन नाचाओ से मते Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
So we'll have Pushpanjali now. Ladies on the left side, men on the right side. Men can go on the right side. Ladies on the left. We get started.
I know. Supposed to start at 1.
I know.
No, I was here. 2 minutes. Yeah. Hare Krishna भी हम उस पुष्पांजलि अर्पण करेंगे. तो पुष्प अपने हाथ में ले लीजिए. जिनके पास पुष्प नहीं है तो प्रेम से मन से मंत्रोच्चारण कीजिए मेरे पीछे और मन से पुष्प अर्पण कर सकता है। कुसुमांजलि। हरे कृष्णा। Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati Sva Padantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalan Sri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunatanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Vishakanvitamscha Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti-vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatadeshatadine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shiva Shabanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuyo Jvala Premadya Sirupanuga Bhaktida Sri Gaura Kanuna Shakti Vigraya Namastute Namaste Gauravani Simutaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudapa Siddhanta Dvantaharine Namagori Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagyamotaye Vipralambar Sambodhe Padambujayate Namaha Nama Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidanandanamine Gaura Shakti Sarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaurar Vivava Bhumestam Nirdesha Chajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhoma Sri Jagannatayate Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta, Radha Kanta, Namastute, Jaitam Sarato Pangar, Mama Mandamatir Gati, Matsarvassa Padam Bojau, Radha Madana Mohana, Dibya Brindaranya, Kalpadrumada, Srimad Ratnagara, Singhasanastav, Srimad Radha, Srila Govinda Deva, Pristhalibi, Sevyamanus Marami, Shimam Rasarasarambi, Vamsivata Tatastiraha, Kashan Venusanai Gopir, Gopinataya Shestuna, Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi, Radhe Vrindavaneshari, Vrishabhanu Sude Devi, Pranamami Hari Priya, Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhara, Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So now we will recite Prabhupada's mantra one time and we offer 3 times flowers. तो एक बार प्रभुपाद के प्रणाम मंत्र उच्चारण करेंगे और 3 बार पुष्पार्पण करेंगे. नमो विष्णु पदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांता स्वामिनीति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पश्चातदेशतारिणे ऐसा पुष्पांजलि ऐसा पुष्पांजलि ऐसा पुष्पांजलि. His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ke, Srila Prabhupada ke, Srila Prabhupada ke. Arati will sing.
Samsara dhava nalalida loka Tranaya karuna gana ganatva Samsara dhava nalalida loka Tranaya karuna gana ganatva.
People are coming in front.
Praptasya kalyana gunana vasha Vande gurase charanarab inda. Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vaditramajan Manasura Sena
Mahaprabhu Kirtan Nitya Gita Vaditramajan Manasura Sena
Romanchakampa Sutaranga Vajo Vande Gurase Charanara Pinda Vande Gurase Charanara Pinda Vande Gurase Charanara Pinda Shri Vigrahara Dana Nichanana Singaradhan Mantira Marjanado
Vigrahara Dana Nityanana
Yuktaksha Bhaktam Shaniyunjatopi Vande Gurase Charanara Bhinda Chaturbidha se Bhagavat Prasad Swadhana Triptan Haribhakta Sangha
Chaturbidha se Bhagavat Prasado
Kritmaiva Triptim Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Gurase Charanara Binda Siradhika Madhavayora Para Madhurya Lila Gunarupa Namna Pratiksanasva Tanalolo Pasya Vande Gurase Charanara Pinda Nikundayuno Rati Kelisidyai Yaya Libhiyo Tirapekshaniya Tatrati Dakshat Ativallabhasya Vande Gurase Charanara Bhinda Vande Gurase Charanara Binda Vande Gurase Charanara Binda Saksadarit Vena Samasa Sastrae Uktastatava Pyataye Basati
Kintu Prabodhya Priyayeva Tasya Vande Gurase Charanarapinda Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadat Nagati Kutopi Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadat Nagati Kutopi Jayam Subham Tasya Saksi Sanyam Vande Gurase Charanarapinda Jayam Subham Tasya Saksi Sanyam Vande Gurase Charanarapinda Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Jaya Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Anita Gaura Haribo Haribo Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Ki Rama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pasachare Satarine
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pasachare Satarine
Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda He Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Go, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, go, Hari Bo. Nida go, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, go, Hari Bo.
Prabhupada ki Jai Nityalila Vishnom Prabhupada His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Srila Prabhupada's 127th Vyas Puja Mahotsav ki Jai Nityalila Vishnom Prabhupada His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Srila Prabhupada ki Ananda Guri Vaishnavin ki Jai Sri Rup Sanatana Bhatragana Sri Jeev Gopala Das Ragana Sad Goswami Prabhu ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopi Go Shama Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhana ki Brajabhumi Vrindavan Dhama ki Sri Navadip Mayapur Dham ki, Sri Jagannath Puri Dham ki, Gangamai Jamuna Mai ki, Sri Mati Vrindadevi Tulsi Maharani ki, Sri Mati Bhakti Devi ki, Sri Harinam Sankirtana ki, Sri Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir ki, Sri Sri Nitai Gaur Sundar ki, Sri Sri Krishna Baldao Dono Bhaiya ki, Sri Sri Radha Sham Sundar Lalita Visakha ki, Itai Gaur Premanande. Srila Prabhupada's 127th Vyas Puja Mahamahotsav ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. All glories to the assembled devotee. All glories to the assembled devotee. All glories to the assembled devotee. All glories to Sri Guru,
and Gauranga. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. Jai. Jai.
बात करना है वहाँ जाके बैठिए पीछे, यहाँ मत बैठिए, पीछे आके बैठो, पीछे जाइए। आप बात करोगे, आप पीछे आके बैठो, आप पीछे आके बैठो, मैं बोल रहा हूँ। Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare লাগবে না Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Radhe, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hari Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. बोलिए बोलिए, बोलो, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. आप नहीं करना. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. बोलिए सभी लोग. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्ण हरे Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Ramo, Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Ramo, Ramo Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
सभी लोग प्रेम से बोलिए हरे कृष्णा, कृष्णा कृष्णा, हरे हरे, हरे राम, राम राम, हरे हरे.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare सभी बोलिए Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hello. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare. बोलो 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 Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
बोलो बोलो
Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama